Good afternoon, everyone. We'll call the meeting to order for the afternoon of August the 10th, 2021. If you ever stand, please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right. Today's invocation will be provided by Reverend Alele Fi. I'm sorry, Reverend, I'm going to apologize for mispronouncing your name. And I'm going to ask Councilmember Esparza if she can help. But we are honored to have the Reverend here, and thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you. So today's invocation will be made by Reverend Ali'i Filoi Ali'i from the Tafa Tolu Congregational Church. District 7 is home to an extremely diverse community, including our vibrant Samoan community. And I'm very, very honored today to have Reverend Ali'i Filoi Ali'i of the Tafa Tolu Congregational Church here today to give our invocation. Reverend Filoi Ali'i grew up in American Samoa, where he worked as a social worker before earning his Diploma of Theology at Kanana Fo'u Theological School and his Master's in Divinity at the Claremont School of Theology. He returned to American Samoa, becoming a teacher at Manua High School, and then served for 19 years as pastor of the Congregational Christian Church of Falani'u. Since 2015, Reverend Filoi Ali'i has served as a leader for the Samoan community here in San Jose at the Tafa Tolu Congregational Church, located near Tully and King in District 7. Thank you, Reverend, for being here with us today, and I'll turn it over to you for our invocation.
And everyone inside this building to come together. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, creator and sustainer of the universe, who created us in your image, on behalf of all who are gathered here this morning, the mayor, members of this council, and all of us, we thank you for the many and abundant blessings, the life and the strength you have bestowed upon us, not only the mayor and the members of this council, but all of us. Thank you, Father, for your omnipresence and your protections upon us, especially the hardship of life and this sickness, the COVID-19 we are facing now. Thank you, God, for the wisdom, the knowledge, and the power you have given to the members of this council to enable them to do what is right and appropriate for the city of San Jose. Thank you, Father, for your Holy Spirit that helps them with their decision-making, and especially, Lord, we thank you for the salvation you have done through Jesus Christ, who died and resurrected from the grave for the forgiveness of our sins. May your name be praised and glory now and forevermore. Father, we come before you this morning to ask for your kindness and your support for this council as they begin this meeting. Lord, whatever this council will share and discuss today for the goodness and the development of the city of San Jose, let your presence be made known and let your leadership be with them. Help them with their decision-making for the betterment of the city of San Jose. Lord, let them have the spirit of working together in unity, and may you be the foundations of their decision-making. Fill them with your grace and grant them your wisdom and courage. May they always be guided by the spirit of justice and the spirit of love. Father, protect them from the hardship and especially the sickness, the COVID-19 that took many lives. God, bless the healthcare workers, the frontliners, essential workers, and those who volunteer themselves to work for the betterment of this community. Bless those who are with us today. Bless the city of San Jose and all its people. Lord, may you begin this meeting and conclude it with your spirit. Father, we ask for your forgiveness upon us of our sins. We pray in the name of the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend Filolili. Thank you for blessing us with your presence and your words, and for tolerating my horrible pronunciation. All right, we have two ceremonial items. I'm going to ask Vice Mayor Jones if he might step in for me for a moment. I have to step out. But Councilmember Mahan will be at the podium. We'll recognize August 7th as a Syrian National Day of Mourning. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Can you all hear me okay? Council colleagues, thank you all for signing on to this proclamation. I want to welcome our representatives from the Assyrian American Association to join me down here. This proclamation declares August 7th as a day of mourning for the Assyrian martyrs throughout the centuries who have been persecuted simply for their religion and culture and way of life.
Vice Mayor and Acting Mayor and all the attendees at the Chamber, all the City Council members. And with that, I would also like to introduce my group today. Are with me Father Joseph Khachapeli from St. Mary Assyrian Catholic Church, and also Mrs. Monica Malik Dawood. She's a member of the board, secretary of the Executive Board, Assyrian American Association of San Jose. Reverend Latimer Al-Khase is the priest for the Assyrian Evangelical Church of San Jose, and also Mr. Alphonse Odishu. He is the past president of the Assyrian American Association of San Jose and a board advisor. And just as you mentioned, Assyrian community has been one of the proud communities of this diverse city of San Jose, and we have migrated to this side of the world primarily because of the atrocities committed against our nation, which have been taking place in the past 2,000 years. Almost every 35 years there was a genocide against the Assyrian nation, all because, just as you mentioned, they were different than their neighbors and their faith was different than their neighbors. Remembering the past genocides committed against a nation, primarily by their neighbors, does not mean to put a burden of the same crimes on the current generation of those who perpetrated this nation. Rather, to make everyone responsible, to understand what happened in the past, the errors of the past, and to learn from that, and not to make those mistakes happen again. As early as ISIS invasion of the Mosul, Assyrians were again subject to these perpetrators, subject to genocides, exiles, and martyrdoms. So by remembering the past, remembering these genocides, we are trying to stop these acts of violence and these acts of putting pressure on one minority group, one religious group, because of what they stand for. And we hope for the peace in our community here as well, and all throughout the world, for when humans can understand and recognize each other's rights and freedom and cherish that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rochelle. Mayor.
And Councilmember Esparza? No? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Councilmember Arenas. Thank you. Councilmember Arenas, please join me at the podium. We'll recognize August 15th as India Independence Day.
Namaste, everyone. Today, I'm honored to recognize the 75th anniversary of India Independence Day, which is celebrated every year on August 15th and commemorates India's independence from British colonial rule. This is our 13th year that the city has celebrated this occasion, and I'm really proud to have done this for the last couple of years under my term. Today, we honor the sacrifice, triumph, and bravery of those who fought for the freedom of their country. During that time, Gandhi expressed, "Ours is not a drive for power, but purely a nonviolent fight for India's independence." I hope that soon we will be able to honor the flag-raising events in a more traditional way. But in the meantime, I'll take a moment to highlight the Indian flag, which you will see in the front of the City Hall, as we normally see all of our flags, from August 12th to August 18th. So the Indian flag has 3 colors, and the color saffron represents courage, sacrifice, and renunciation. The white denotes truth and purity, and the green is for life and faith. The wheel in the middle symbolizes motion and progress. And that is how I would describe those folks living in my district that have Indian American descent, and which is why I'm so honored to be sponsoring this year's India Independence Day celebration. And today I'm honored to be here with Raj Verma, who was recently retired from our wonderful city of San Jose, and we asked him to come back and celebrate with us. He's highly involved with the Federation of Indo-American Association, as well as Dr. Ramesh Japra, who was with patients this morning or this afternoon, could not make it. And he's from the Festival of Globe, as well as Vidya Setaraman, who is also another city employee from the Federation of Indo-American Associations. And all of them together, really what they do is they preserve and celebrate their customs along with this Independence Day. And that's what they're handing off, this legacy of celebration of culture to those who are here around them. So Jai Hind, happy Independence Day. And with that, I'd like to ask our mayor to hand over our proclamation, as well as ask our guest for some words.
Thank you, Councilperson Sylvia. It's really, I think we need to clap. Sylvia has really put together the introduction, like the meaning of the flag of India. It's really good. Let's clap for her. Good job. Thank you so much. Honorable Mayor Sam and all the councilperson, distinguished attendees over here, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am Raj Verma. I'm the president of FIA, which is called Federation of Indo-Americans of Northern California. It's a non-profit organization, and we have been doing many charitable work, and we do this Festival of India and Parade. We started in 1993, And we started with 5,000 people, and in 2019, that number had gone up to 2,000, 100,000 plus, And in the meantime, last couple of years, we changed this Festival of Indian Parade to Festival of Globe, because really it's a celebration of democracy, and you know that India is the largest democracy, and America over here is the oldest democracy. We are natural allies. It makes more sense, really good sense, to do this together and celebrate this. So we are really celebrating the democracy all around the globe. So with this, I really want to thank the mayor as well as the council people over here and the city staff for supporting this event for so long. Councilperson Ash Kalra, who is the assembly person, now really started, and Sylvia has really carried it through, and I hope it goes on forever, and because it makes sense. Thank you so much one more time. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's stand over here away from the microphone. There we go. Perfect. All right, we're on to orders of the day. Does anyone in the council have any changes to the printed agenda? I know staff is recommending cancellation of the evening session. I suspect there'll be no objection to that. And hearing item 10.2, which is the appeal of the Planning Commissioner's approval of a conditional use permit for the Serpentine Pavilion project with the afternoon agenda. So those are the current orders of the day. Are there any changes? If not, we'll bypass a vote. Make sure I'm on the right page here. Okay. We'll bypass a vote. And voting going forward will be roll call. Okay. Thank you, Tony, because I know we've got a couple members. Oh, good point. Thank you, Nora. We don't have a roll yet. So since we're not all in the same place, we probably ought to take roll. Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes, here, present.
Morales,
Here.
Cohen. Here. Roscoe. Davis. Here. Esparza. Here. Arenas. Foley. Here. Mahan.
Here.
Jones. Licardo.
I'm still here.
Thank you.
Excellent. We're on to the closed session report. Nora?
Thank you, Mayor. We have nothing to report out of closed session today.
All right. We're on to the consent calendar. Are there items the council would like to pull from consent? I believe that Councilmember Foley would like to pull item 2.6, which is a report from council liaison to the retirement boards. Is there any other item to be pulled? And I'll note that Councilmember Crosco is also present, Tony. Okay. If there are no other items to be pulled, let's go to item 2.6. Councilmember Foley.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I'm just happy to report the latest gains on the retirement funds for the Police and Fire Retirement Board. For the fiscal year, the pension fund has realized a gain of 26.49%. That's incredible given the last year we've had tremendous gains in the stock market, and that really benefited the pension fund. As far as the health fund is concerned, that has seen a gain of 21.41%, and that is total of over 1.2 billion approximately increased in assets for the retirement fund. Also, now that is fiscal year to date. Calendar year to date is.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks for the meeting today. About your board and commission appointments, we had a city charter meeting yesterday. It was really interesting. You're really working towards the ideas of reimagine, equity, and open democratic practices. I think we need to start saying those words a bit more often. Good luck in how to do that. You made some efforts and strides as a city government and as a city commission. It's been really interesting. Thank you in these continued good efforts. I hope the whole community would want to better participate if they want to. For the idea of agreements with Google, just a quick reminder that Google is part of their job is creating the future of our national security state. And if we're going to be making this deal with Google, we're basically making the deal on the future of our national security state. And that naturally leads into the ideas of how to be, open, how to create open public policies and good civil rights protections and good accountability practices for the future of all this data and surveillance technology we're going to be using in our future. And it's imperative that as we're trying to bring in the East Side to these practices of Google, that we all learn the better practices of open public policy. It's considered a bit too right-wing for ourselves, but gosh darn it, it is stuff that it's just good practices, and we have to learn to better accept it. And when we do, I think it can do something amazingly transformational for our future. And it's learning how to balance that. Good luck how we can do that. And if I'm not quite sure, but I think there's an item of government practices with federal agencies over the summertime. A reminder, just the subsidy process we're going through is incredibly important, and it's imperative that city government learns to explain it to the public better, and the public needs to learn to ask questions about it.
Paul Soto? I lost Paul Soto. It says that Paul Soto needs to update his version of Zoom. So, Paul, if you could update your Zoom, we can get back to you. So that was the final public speaker.
Okay, thank you, Tony. All right, then the vote on the consent calendar, please.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen, Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan, Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye. All right, we are on to the regular agenda, report of the city manager, Jennifer?
Before you go to that, Paul Soto has a second name on here. I would like to try to allow him to speak since he wasn't.
Okay.
Okay, that one's working. Go ahead.
Paul Soto from North Street. I'm really concerned about that committee that was convened to select Chris Burton for the position that he holds now. There was no public input. There was no understanding that this committee was going to be convened. And I'm not concerned about whether or not it's legal. Using the legal argument, thus ergo it's moral and ethical, it just doesn't wash. And we're at a very critical paradigm shift, culturally, economically, politically, and doing things like that with these commissions and these boards, what it does is it erodes the public trust. We just don't trust you. We just don't. And you're not really giving the public any reason to. Trust us, believe me, I got your best interest? No, that's not gonna work. And so to hold a meeting like that, especially with people that were on that committee and Dillabo and other developers having pending permits with that office, and then look at the public and say, nah, there's nothing wrong here. There's no conflict of interest here. There's no, I mean, it just doesn't, it's just not legitimate. And so, because that man wields a tremendous amount of power, you put him, Dillabo, and Eric Hayden and Arriaga all together, and democracy is gone. It doesn't exist anymore. And that's what concerns me most is the complete erosion of democracy because of private interests that have access to council members.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on to item 3.1, which is report of the city manager, Jennifer.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I have no report today.
Thank you. Item 3.3 is the summer intergovernmental relations report, and I believe Alex is here to present. Welcome. And thank you, by the way, for all the extraordinary work.
We're just waiting for the presentation.
While we're waiting, I just want to thank those who have been working with us on our small but mighty team. And I know that we've had some transitions on the team. I really appreciate Alex stepping up and Sarah Zarate as well. I really want to also thank Cruz Strategies. Steve Cruz has been just tremendous, and it's great to see you, Steve. And thank you for all your work in Sacramento for us, and we've got a lot more to do, but thank you for what you've done. And our team in DC, Holland and Knight, led by Leslie and Eve and Lori, just very grateful for the great work.
Thank you. I think I'll get started as they pull it up, the presentation up. So good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. My name is Sarah Zarate, Director of the Office of Administration, Policy and Intergovernmental Relations. I'm joined today by Alexandria Felton, our Intergovernmental Relations Officer, and our federal and state lobbying partners, Lori Hedinger from Holland and Knight, and Steve Cruz to my right from Cruz Strategies. And Lori joins us on Zoom. Together, we're here today to provide the summer update on intergovernmental relations, which we'll refer to as IGR. This is Alex's and my first time presenting to you in our new roles. And because of COVID-19, the last IGR summer update was given in 2019. These updates to Council are the result of the 2018 IGR modernization process, where we summarize IGR activity over the past quarter and ask the Council to reaffirm city positions in the priority legislation log. Over the last quarter, with Congress and the state legislature focused on COVID relief, our efforts too have been targeted on COVID response and recovery, trying to direct as much funding as possible to the region and the city with limited policy windows outside of this scope. And despite the seemingly precarious global moment, the unpredictability of a nation and state still recovering from and responding to a dynamic pandemic, and an IGR team of just Alex since mid-April, I would characterize the IGR program as having been highly successful. I'm pleased to hand it off to Alex, Lori, and Steve to provide you our federal and state highlights.
Thanks, Sarah. Alexandria Felton, Intergovernmental Relations Officer. For our federal work today, we're going to provide a COVID-19 relief and recovery update, and I believe we actually have the wrong slide up. Okay.
Alexandra, if I could ask you to pull the microphone a little closer, I don't think it's picking up quite as well. Thank you.
Let's see. I'll move in a little bit. Not ever. able to, okay, go forward. There we go. Apologies. So we're going to start with the update of COVID-19, as well as provide the latest details on the infrastructure package that was just passed in the Senate this morning and the earmarks process. On the state side, we will recap the latest budget activities and provide a quick update on this year's city-sponsored and supported bills, and talk a little bit about some of our critical policy advocacy. So first, I'm going to begin with the federal highlights, starting with the COVID-19 relief update. We continue to monitor the legislative and emergency declaration changes, like the evolving situation with the Delta variant or the president's extension of the eviction moratorium. And we're doing that to understand how it will impact the city locally. We're also monitoring the allocation and implementation of key funding streams, such as the state and local fiscal recovery funds. We know that ARPA is the last broad-based COVID stimulus bill, and it is highly unlikely that there will be any more direct local funding. However, other ARPA programs are still under development at the agency level, or funding was allocated to the states, which are administering programs like low-income utility assistance or rental assistance. We're also tracking formula grants to the state, as well as tracking the development of competitive grant programs, such as broadband and economic development or arts grants. And to build this work, IGR is also in the final recruitment phase for a term position focused on identifying and advocating for infrastructure and budget-related opportunities. And we're also going to be coordinating our efforts with the Finance Department and the newly created Community Economic Recovery Team. I should note also that our grants teams across the city have already been working to identify and apply for grants and have received funding in the tens of millions over the past 2 years. The new position in IGR will help boost this work. Finally, to ensure that the city is able to make the best use of state and local fiscal recovery dollars, we submitted comment letters to the Treasury Department on the city's eligibility. For funding to support our broadband programs, as well as lost revenue calculation, interim reporting requirements, and dedicated funding sources. So now I'm going to hand it off to Lori for an infrastructure update.
Is Lori with us virtually? Okay.
Hi, does that work?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, good. Sorry about that.
No problem.
After years of talking about an infrastructure package, and I feel like over 100 infrastructure weeks, it's finally happened. We have a deal on a bipartisan infrastructure deal. As Alex just said, the Senate just passed it this morning by a vote of 60-30. And to reiterate what Alex said, this is not like the previous COVID bills. Most of this money is allocated through a formula program or through competitive grants. However, in this over $550 billion in new funding, there are a number of programs that match the city's priorities, including for intercity rail. As you know, our delegation, including Senators Feinstein and Padilla, have been worked really hard to make sure there's increased funding for California. The city has sent 2 letters to both Senate and House leadership and the delegation, and our efforts paid off. There's $19.5 billion overall for intercity rail. In addition, we recently submitted a raise grant for the Deer Dawn Station for planning. And right now we're working for our delegation as they advocate before DOT. For broadband, there is $65 billion. And then for transit, which is very important for both Deer Dawn and BART, there's $91.5 billion in guaranteed funding over 5 years. And this is an 80% increase over current funding. And lastly, the city has always prioritized resiliency and has been very innovative in what y'all have done. There are a number of new programs, including the Energy Efficiency Conservation Block Grant Program, which I know the city used back in ARA about 12 years ago. There's $550 million for that. And this program provides grants to state and local governments for energy efficiency and conservation projects. In addition, there's several formula and competitive grant programs for electric vehicles. Thank you. Next, I wanted to explain the budget reconciliation. It's a very complicated process that the Senate uses, but this is very important for what the President calls his human infrastructure package. The Senate came together with the administration and is putting together a $3.5 trillion. This is going to include environmental justice, climate equity, workforce, education, housing, and additional money for resiliency, such as electric vehicles. This afternoon, the Senate started working on the budget reconciliation. So this is the first step in the process. This legislation tells the committees which provisions and the type of money that will be in the final reconciliation package. The Senate actually started doing amendments this afternoon, and they're hoping to wrap it up by Friday. On the House side, of course, they need to pass the infrastructure bill and the budget resolution, and they're expected to vote either next week or the following week. After the budget resolution is passed, then the committees I just said are going to start drafting the budget reconciliation. But as you can imagine, $3.5 trillion for 6 or 7 major buckets, it's going to take a while for the Senate to draft. So we're expecting, hopefully, that they this process and have a bill ready in October to vote on. Any questions?
Great, thank you, Lori. We'll come back to you in just a moment. Want to first check in with Sarah. Was there more to present, or Alex? Great, Alex.
Thanks, Lori. So I'm going to just wrap up our federal piece by talking a little bit about the congressional earmarks. And if someone could pull the slide back up. And the slide deck. And you could keep. Yeah, I'll just. So finally, on our congressional earmarks, to ensure in coordination with our federal lobbyists and our departments, we identified and pursued funding that would have citywide impact. Key to this process were the conversations that we had with the legislators' offices to understand what appealed to them. And we've successfully advocated for the inclusion of millions of dollars of earmarks for the city and federal spending bills under consideration in Congress. These are not final, and it is still a process ahead. But as the congressional appropriations activities play out and continue to play out this fall, we'll keep you in the loop on results. So next, we're going to turn to the state legislative highlights, beginning with the recently passed state budget and the unprecedented funding levels that were fueled by a budget surplus this year. We also published an information memo on July 26, detailing the city's priorities, policies, and programs in the state budget. So I'm going to now hand it off to Steve to provide a status update on the budget and the related legislative activities to come for the remainder of the year.
Thank you, Alex. Good morning, Mayor and Council members. Steve Cruz with Cruz Strategies. And thank you for the opportunity to provide the state update. As Alex had alluded to, despite the challenges of COVID presented to the state and our residents with COVID, both from the public health and economic impacts, we were able to secure significant state funding, both for immediate relief in combating COVID, but also funding that will actually provide ongoing benefit to San Jose residents. Starting with the rental eviction moratorium protections and rental assistance, I know that was an issue important to the council that we were heavily involved in, and along with direct stimulus payments to individuals or relief for small business. And there were just countless policies around, operations of business and flexibility needed in order to operate during COVID. There was also historic levels of funding for homelessness and broadband to help the city continue its efforts to serve unserved populations and help close the digital divide. I know that's something that we've led on in Sacramento for a number of years, and it was good to see that finally the funding be available for that purpose. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. And I think the most important thing I want to say as we go through this, and I referenced it, but is the work that the team did, small but mighty, both the IGR team, the council members and their offices, the mayor's office, and I really felt like the city moved the dial on a lot of issues. I mean, all of these issues that we'll talk about, I feel like we were involved and at the table and the tip of the spear and looked to provide support and provide input based upon the work that we're already doing. And some of these new innovative programs that the state's doing, we've started them, and so they were able to finance some of these innovative programs. And then just really quickly in terms of timeline in Sacramento, we're currently in recess, and the legislature will go back into session next week, and then they have like that last sprint to finish up all the legislation and do some additional work on the budget. And then they adjourn on September 10th. Some of the outstanding issues that they did a lot through the budget, and it was an unusual year where a lot was done through the budget process because it was done. There was a lot of funding needed, and because it's expedited in terms of its effective date. But some of the outstanding items are transportation, drought relief, climate resiliency, and then just on transportation for a moment, there is I know the mayor and your folks are familiar with it, an outstanding discussions on transportation deal and high-speed rail and how to allocate $4.2 billion in funds this year. And there's discussions of whether or not some of that would continue to fund high-speed rail in the way that it's been outlined in its original proposal, or to provide project-based funding to do some of what they call like the bookend projects. So those are discussions underway that we're heavily involved with, and ultimately I think it'd be something that we'd like with respect to providing funding for grade separations, ATP, rail, EV infrastructure. So we're heavily involved in those conversations. Moving to slide 7, Alex, sorry. As you'll see, we kind of try to put together a chart because oftentimes we'll report out this funding and then they're like, hey, what happens? So we try to eliminate for you like the various programs where we secured funding, and then whether the way the money will flow will be through grants, formulas, et cetera. Some of it is not really finalized. As I mentioned, like there was so much new resources and new programs that were stood up during this time. I mean, it's really incredible how many new things the state was trying to take on and put together. So some of this stuff was approved, but the details are sort of forthcoming. And just to go into some specifics, I know we have the homeless funding that was referenced there, and we'll talk more about that in more detail later, Alex, so I'll just kind of skip over that for the moment. Rental assistance, we kind of made reference to. And again, provide 100% of rent owed to landlords for the period that was covered from March 2020 to June 15th. And again, worked very closely with Assemblymember Chu, David Chu, and Senator Caballero to make sure that happened. And I'll move along to slide number 8. Another issue that I know that we raised early on, and Alex and your team, was utility debt relief for customers, both with respect to providing relief to customers so they wouldn't get their power turned off or water cut off, but also for ongoing support for the utilities to pay for operations and maintenance. And so we are pleased to report that we worked closely, Lori Mitchell and Carrie Smith at San Jose Clean Energy to make sure that CCAs were actually eligible for that funding. And so there is in October, I think, is when they'll put out the applications for utilities to apply and then ultimately provide relief to the customer. And the deal is you get the funding and then you can't cut off service. And so that was important to advocates. So happy to answer more questions on that. Moving on to slide number 9, I think, on broadband. Again, made reference to it when we started, but historic investment in broadband, $6 billion. And it was sort of broken up into middle mile, which was rural advocacy efforts to touch those areas, and then last mile in urban areas such as San Jose, where we have innovative programs to whether it's hotspots and providing devices and things of that nature. So we did try to advocate as part of the $1 billion for last mile for urban is to get make it flexible enough to allow to fund some of the programs that we're doing. And then we put on here an effort by Assemblymember Calra. He had a member request for the Warm Springs Quiet Program, and he got $8 million per mitigation for train noise in Warm Springs in Japantown. And then another major initiative that we worked on this year, and I know the mayor and other council members. This was important for the San Jose, Beautify San Jose is the Clean California Initiative. And so this was $1 billion for litter abatement, for state beautification and local beautification. And the goal of the program is to reduce litter along state highways and local roads and provide jobs. It was 10,000 jobs, I think, statewide, and trying to prioritize jobs for homelessness and at risk, and so those that were formerly incarcerated. And so I know we've already met, and on a lot of these programs, what we're doing is shaping the legislation in advance, and then also at implementation stage, working with the departments. So I know we've had a meeting, Olympia Williams, and I think Jim, we met with Caltrans. They already have a close relationship through a program to make sure that the program works for us and that we can be in line for funding as soon as possible. Slide 10, please. Again, I made reference to it, but this was a major accomplishment for the city and the mayor's office through his leadership for the big city mayors. This was something that we've been working on. This was an ongoing effort, but culminated in securing $2 billion in flexible funding for HAP. And so it funds round 3, and I think important to mention it was $1 billion a year in flexible funding, direct, and then $336 million directly to cities. Of that, we get $29 million, and then we could also get assistance for homeless population through the county's program. And so that was, I'm trying to talk about it in 15 seconds, but that was a big effort, and thank you, Mayor, and Scott Green and Alex and everyone that was involved in helping get that done. And then lastly, something that was specifically led by the city, and the mayor's office largely agree with, I'm referring to it as youth workforce development, but it was something that we were, I don't want to say surprised because we didn't work on it, but it showed up in the final budget. The budget process, you don't know it's there until it's there. It's really under wraps, but it would help fund the resiliency corps, and so for young adults impacted by COVID, but also long-term to provide jobs in the community, to assist with environmental mitigation and climate change adaptation and things of that nature. So there's $150 million. It's going through California Volunteers. We've already talked to those folks, and they'll be putting together the guidelines to get money directly to the city. And I think that concludes my presentation.
So I'm going to skip over a couple of slides. I just want to mention a couple city highlights in terms of our city-supported and sponsored bills. And then I'm going to move right into our critical advocacy and some of the other work that we've been doing this year. In addition to some of the historic investments, we've also been working on a number of other issues sort of later in the session. And the first is around the Brown Act. So following the direction from Council in June, we're seeking fixes to the state's Brown Act laws that would allow members of the legislative bodies to, and particularly those who are immunosuppressed, to join from home without posting their address or allowing members of the public to attend the meetings at their home. So we've been exploring and advocating for various options for the legislature and the governor's office, including amendments to related legislation that is currently advancing or perhaps an executive order. But we have found that broad resistance exists among both legislators and advocates who don't want to see permanent changes and are concerned that even a medical exemption is a slippery slope to broader Brown Act reforms that would erode public access and transparency. So we're currently focusing our efforts on an exemption for the immunocompromised, as our most urgent concern is protecting the most vulnerable. As our conversations continue with the legislative offices and the governor's office, we'll work to pursue a solution. I also wanted to mention on urban greening, we know that our council and the broader community have voiced the need to address disparities and heat island effects. And so we're initiating conversations with legislators and assembly committee staff to pursue funding and support to support community resilience and planning and implementation. And finally, As Steve noted earlier, we're awaiting the passage of the state transportation infrastructure package, and it'll make major investments to things like high-speed rail and BART and Deer Dawn Station and grade separations and funding for EV infrastructure. So with that, I'm going to hand it back to Sarah to wrap up.
That concludes our presentation. We have staff from across the organization available to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Steve. And remotely, thank you, Lori. And congratulations, by the way, Sarah and Alex, for your new roles. Not so new, I guess, a couple months. And thank you for taking on those roles at a time when we really need you. And there's an awful lot at stake. Let's go to public comment, and then we'll come back to the council. Tony?
Okay, the first speaker is Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. To kind of follow up on my words from consent, to finish up my words. As I've been trying to learn how to say, with all these government, federal and state programs you're talking about, we're entering a new era of, in this COVID-19 era, of how to talk about the issue of subsidy and the incredibly large amounts of subsidy that's being given to federal and state levels, being developed at the state level to be used at the local level. And I feel city government and county government have to really learn how to talk about these subjects really openly with the public and explain what is going on. And the public needs to be, I don't know, receptive and then questioning. Because basically, you know, as good as these programs I feel can be and can really, really help us out a lot, there can be a lot of questions about the subsidy process. And, you know, there's good socialist practices that can deal with our lives in the next steps and stages out of the subsidy process, I feel. And that, you know, to focus the future on subsidy that makes sweetheart deals with large corporate real estate sponsors and the like, that can be uncomfortable after a time. So, you know, there are next stages out of the subsidy. How it can help us can be really good things. We have to be looking towards that good future and just questioning things and making it really focused on what we practice subsidy for really good reasons, like helping low-income people, and just its good intentions. With 20 seconds left, be careful with the broadband stuff. We really have to invite open public policies along with the building the bridging the future of the digital divide. Those two things have to work in common with each other and in lockstep. Those are good practices in a hopeful future. Thank you.
Paul Soto. Paul Soto.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the 2,188 lives that were lost in this city, that lost in the county. That's how much that money costs, is that many lives. And families for generations that are going to continually pick up that tab. And so I hope that that is central when this largesse of money comes in, because they paid for it. And that's where the moral and ethical, not legal, but the moral and ethical framework of us as a society, as a people, where that money goes, who it goes to, how it goes, you're getting it from their lives. They paid for it. So that I'm hoping that that can be used as maybe a guide, because what my concern is and what I can already see happening, Scott Neese is already counting. He's already counting how much, you know, his cut, okay? And then Google is going to want to use a large portion of that money in order to support their infrastructure for 400,000 people that aren't even here yet. Okay, so a lot of this money, a large chunk of this money is going to go directly to build the infrastructure per Google's blueprints in order to sustain the society that they want to create in this city. Like I said, I can see it clear now. It's very, there's no doubting it. okay? Because you're gonna have to have 5G because that's gonna run all the electric cars. So you have to build the infrastructure for that. You want electric vehicles, so you have to build the infrastructure for that. The people that earn under $60,000 a year, which is 50% of the population in Santa Clara County, they're not.
Returning to council.
Thank you, Tony. Again, thank you to everyone. And really, I know this has been a big team effort. We can't include all the folks who've been working on this, but in addition to internally here, Alex and Sarah, Martina Davis, Matthew, I'm going to mispronounce your name, but Kazimirizak? Did I get it close? All right, I'll keep trying. Ann Grabowski, Alice Furich, Lisa Perez, Andrea Arjona, Lee Wilcox. Thanks to everyone for your heavy lifting, particularly in working on the earmarks. I know that was a belated, rapid effort, everyone pushing together. And I want to thank Steve Cruz in particular because not only have to deal with one mayor, but in the last couple of years, we dumped another 12 mayors on him with this big city mayor's work. And that's we've had a lot to work on, and the good news is it's been really successful. And I'm grateful for my colleagues in the Big City Mayors Group who pushed so hard together to secure the homeless funding, even though, as we saw in the May revise, there is literally not a dollar for flexible local money. And because of Assemblymember Phil Ting and Senator Nancy Skinner and Senate Pro Tem Atkins and others, really pushed hard, and the result will be $2 billion now over the 2 years, $30 million a year to the city of San Jose for homelessness, or 29, I believe, is what you said. And that $150 million for the big 13 cities, which is tremendous. I think we'll get something around $15 million of that, which will be really great for the Youth Jobs and Resilience Corps programs that we've started. And I want to thank former Mayor Michael Tubbs and Josh Friday of the governor's office. The person I'd really like to thank in particular, though, is in all those efforts is Scott Green, who spent several hundred hours of his time coordinating a lot of folks to hound their local legislators and their local delegations, because throughout the state of California, obviously, we have a lot of people to talk to, and the 13 mayors and their staffs all worked through Scott, and just really grateful for the very heavy lifting, having Republicans and Democrats working together to get homeless funding, I think has a real impact, and just really grateful that we could all pull it off working together. So I wanted to ask one really important question going forward. I mean, we've had a lot of success over the last year, and we're grateful for everything that folks have done, but we know there's a lot of money out there, and I want to make sure we're not leaving any money on the table. And I know, Alex, I think we've had some email exchanges about this. Can we talk a little bit about the process for ensuring that we're not missing something that could be really important for us, given all that's happening both in Sacramento and Washington right now? Have we, I know we don't have enough staff, but do we have any new processes that will enable us to be really astute and alert to all that?
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, we are a bit shorthanded at the moment, but we've always had a standard process of making sure that our departments and department directors are aware of the opportunities that are out there. But we also want to meet this moment. And we are in the process of, as I've mentioned, we're in the final phases of recruiting a term position for a person who's going to act as that sort of conduit and coordinator of efforts, and specifically working on lobbying and advocacy and identifying opportunities. We're also working very closely with the finance office and with the more recent recovery team that's being set up within the city manager's office as well. We are also in the process. One of the things that we always do every fall is we work on our work plan for intergovernmental relations across departments and looking at priorities. We are adding to that, making sure that people are aware of the opportunities that are there, how we engage with the legislative offices that are in charge of actually allocating funds and influencing the disbursement and allocation of funds. And so we are working closely with departments, and there's a plan to make sure that people are aware of what's out there and that we're well positioned to go get those funds.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for all the work now and all the work to come. I know it's a great opportunity for us, but certainly a challenging one given everything that's moving and there is a lot. And then the Portantino bill I know is awfully important to us for San Jose Clean Energy, and I know it was made a 2-year bill, and I'm wondering if Steve or if anyone has any thoughts about either A, what we can do to ensure it gets over the goal line and what the chances are here.
Yeah, it was held in committee, but, bills of that nature that have significant policy implications like that typically take at least 1 year or 2 years. There's so many bills that get introduced that some of the major policies like that they put off and allow more time to work on. I think, as you mentioned, Senator Portantino is the chair of Senate Appropriations and wields a lot of influence. And so I think he's also very thoughtful, and he's not going to try to jam things down his colleague's throat, for lack of a better way of describing that. But I think he wanted to hit pause and just make sure and spend the fall. And that's where I think we'd like to work together and figure out where the outreach needs to occur, and if we need to go to members' districts to do that, set up a program for that outreach to ensure that the votes are there when we come back in January.
Oh. Okay, I'll just take that as a. All right, thank you, Steve.
Okay.
And appreciate your efforts on that. Alex, you mentioned obviously we are short-staffed. With Benna moving on, we are hiring. Is that right?
Yes, we are. So
Great.
we're recruitment. So we're in the final phases of of 2 positions within intergovernmental relations. The
Excellent.
term position I mentioned and a role to replace my former role.
Okay, great. And I think it was you, Steve, who mentioned where we still have a transportation trailer bill is very much at play. I'll be meeting tomorrow with the chairs of both transportation committees. Please let us know how we can be helpful. I know we'll be pulling VTA and our transportation team into that meeting. But obviously a lot at stake for us, particularly with, we hope, BART close to beginning construction and high-speed rail as well. And then finally, I can't help but look at the news that we've just seen over the last 48 hours. Some failed inspections or inspectors who missed poles and wires, PG&E. We've got 3 fires going now, which are believed to be linked. There's a 6-step process that I believe the latest legislation calls for PG&E to be ultimately converted into a public entity. I know that there's a lot at stake here. San Francisco's looking to municipalize just to pull out it. I think Lori's here, and feel free to jump in. I can't help but think we are going to need to be involved very deeply in whatever happens. I expect, I'm not an expert, but certainly I'm reading the financial reports, and I'm guessing PG&E may have a very, very large financial burden once again, and we may see them in bankruptcy once again. And I know we push with more than 200 elected officials throughout the region to try to get an entity that will ultimately be more accountable to all of us. That wasn't successful, but I suspect we're going to unfortunately have another shot at this. And I just want to know, to what extent are we thinking about this? Are we starting to strategize and reach out to other entities, partners, and so forth? Lori or anybody wants to offer comment. I can't help but think there's going to be a lot between PUC and the legislature to come.
Afternoon, Mayor and Council. Lori Mitchell, Director of Community Energy. It's a really good question. It's something that obviously we're working a lot with other cities and other CCAs on. Really unfortunate to hear the news of the wildfires. San Francisco recently asked the Public Utilities Commission to put a valuation on the infrastructure in San Francisco. So that's something that we're learning from in terms of their process. That process is very specific to San Francisco. So probably does not make sense for us to join that specific process, but certainly to closely watch it to see if there's issues that are in the scoping memo that would impact us. And then maybe I'll defer to Steve on state efforts in terms of the six-step process, in terms of holding PG&E accountable. I will note that the commission did start the first process of that, and I do know that many elected officials and community members continue to be very concerned about it. And obviously, there's going to be additional financial liabilities with the wildfires and what has occurred over the last few weeks.
Yeah, thanks, Lori, and Mayor, for the question. And yeah, as you referenced, we had teed up an effort previously and spent a lot of time, and it's very obviously complex and layered in terms of how this occurs, and so I know we worked with Senator Hill, and obviously he's no longer serving legislature, but I think the time is right maybe to re-engage with the governor's office and Ana Santos in particular, and the PUC to talk about that process. And so I'd be happy to work with Alex and Sarah to set up those meetings.
Thanks, Steve. We may well be, that might be a great step. So I'll reach out to the governor's office as well. Thank you. All right, back to the council. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you. I have a question for, I don't know if this is for city manager or for Lee. When can we expect another COVID update? Because I don't want to take up too much of this with COVID, but it's obviously the elephant in the room.
Councilmember Lee Wilcox, Deputy City Manager. We are hoping to release an informational memo to the mayor and council later today or first thing in the morning, updating the council on COVID-19 response, as well as recovery efforts, but we have yet to plan an actual 3.1 for the coming weeks.
So we will not get a COVID update in August?
I wouldn't say that. We were trying to update you as fast as we could through the informational memo and getting last, up-to-date information as of this morning to put that out. But kind of given the evolving nature of the Delta variant and where the state and local mandates have been, we have yet to plan on when the next 3.1 or if that is the most appropriate method to update the council.
I think whatever comes to us should be as transparent and as accessible to the public as possible. So whether that's 3.1 or something else, I appreciate the memo, and I think you had brought that up, I'm trying to remember, a couple weeks ago that we could expect it. I think a lot of folks in our community kind of want to hear what information we have and how we're using it to make decisions. So I think that would be a good thing to have it as public as possible. Some questions around the funding in terms of the funding that we're pursuing or that has already been identified from COVID through the American Rescue Plan funding. So we did get the guidance. And so are we then pursuing some of that for isolation and other planning efforts as we move ahead with the Delta variant? Because if we're going to talk about the money, then I think we should talk about what we're going to do with the money.
Sorry, go ahead, Alex.
I know that Jim Shannon is actually here from our budget office, so I don't know if he is available to maybe say a little bit about that and what's planning and going forward. I know that they have some work planned and an info memo coming soon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Jim Shannon, State's Budget Director. Yeah, so Councilmember, we have the guidance out. We have provided some comments on the interim final rule that was published in May. We don't expect to hear there's no timeline for when that rule is actually going to be finalized, but we think we know enough of where we think things are going to land that we want to put out an informational memo either end of this month or the very beginning of September to lay out sort of where we are with what's eligible, how we kind of currently have budget, sort of to lay the groundwork, because I think we had committed to council to come back in the fall to do some reallocation once we know a little bit more about the guidelines for the American Rescue Plan and how some of this other money from either the state budget or other federal sources may shake out. So I think we'll be able to set the stage in the info memo so that it's really accessible. So when we come back in the fall for some recommended reallocations, we have that context.
Okay, and that's for the October second bite at the apple, right? That we had planned
Correct.
earlier.
The sort of end of October is what we're
Okay,
looking
now
at.
we're at the end of October. Okay. So I appreciate that, and I know that there's a lot of work that needs to go into the preparation for us to come back on budget. I still think that we need to, as a group, have some discussions around COVID sort of before that part, but there's a big gap between where we're at right now and then what we need to do to prepare. And in the meantime, the Delta variant is coming. And the numbers that we're seeing, we're not seeing deaths, but the numbers that we're seeing, this is summer. And so one can only expect that as school gets back in session, as winter comes in, that there are other issues that are going to come up that we need to address. Lee, I saw you raise your hand. Thank you, Jim.
Yeah, Councilmember, I just want to say, I think the point that you're bringing up is a fair one and an important one. The info memo that I mentioned earlier is really just to update the mayor and council, as well as, quite frankly, senior staff and the rest of the organization and the public on what we know to date. Obviously, as you just mentioned, the situation is evolving, and it's evolving rapidly. So it's just a point in time of kind of what we know in the way of context. Next week, in front of the council, is going to be the extension of the emergency proclamation that we do every 60 days. So we'll have an opportunity through that to have a broader conversation. But it is our anticipation, and we've started the conversations with Jim and his team and Julia Cooper in finance and the recovery structure to think about the budget that we put in front of you in June that you voted on and approved, given our current reality, because we thought we would be more fully transitioned into a recovery process, and that is not the case, given where we're at with the numbers. So we do need probably some conversation as well as that October exercise. We did leave a lot of money on the table to kind of ascertain how the money was going to trickle down and where it was going to fall. But I think the additional variable for us will be, well, what do we need for the continued response, given that a lot of that money was appropriated to recovery efforts.
Thank you. I do appreciate that, and I understand that there are a lot of moving parts that we need to figure out, but I do think we need an update before then. Thank you. And then related to COVID, do we have an update on the state eviction moratorium expiring September 30th and our ability to do our own? And also, is that rental assistance still going to be a hard deadline? I know the housing department has been working really hard all summer long to try and be out in the community and talk to folks. But I'm interested in our ability to influence the state's decisions at this point.
Thank you, Councilmember. I see Jackie approaching the...
Hi, I'm Jackie Morales-Friend. I'm the Director of Housing. And yes, so we have been thinking about, we're actually meeting as a team next week. We're going to put it on the agenda regardless, so that you'll have an opportunity before the state eviction moratorium ends. And we are starting discussions about what, if anything, we can possibly do in order to extend it. But right now, I don't have a good answer, but I hope soon we'll have something.
And I thought that when this came up to us at the end of June, that we had asked our IGR team to look into what the possibilities might be in terms of the city doing something on our own, because we're not able to do that right now. It preempts us, but have we done that sort of lobbying, or is that you, Jackie? I'm not sure how that's been progressing.
Yeah, so the internal team between the housing department and the city attorney's office are meeting to discuss what, if anything, on the local level we can do. I can turn it back to see if the other team has anything more specific on the state level.
Yes, and I'd also like to pass that off to...
Thank you, Jackie.
I'd like to pass it off to Steve to talk a little bit about what options and opportunities there might be in terms of extension of rental relief in the eviction moratorium.
Yes, it's the legislature and the leaders on housing, including Assemblymember Chu and others, are aware of the deadline, the deal, if you will, that they negotiated with landlords in 832. That was the pushback, was the limited time frame. I know that we've reached out to the governor's office and to leadership to let them know that the deadline is looming, and that it would be our desire to see that pushed out. I know that there's also provisions in 832 that allow for extension beyond September 30th, and there's some of it is triggered by if there's an application for governmental assistance and things of that nature. Our housing team may know more, but we can get you more information on that. There are provisions that allow that to be extended further.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. And I had a couple more questions. One is, so you highlighted in the presentation the water debt. Are we coordinating our lobbying efforts with the water district's efforts to set aside and create a similar fund, or is that working through our IGR team, or is that working through the city manager's office?
So we have been working closely with the California Department of Community Services and Development to understand what the next steps are in the program and as it's being set up, because I do know it's in the very beginning stages. So they're not quite as far along. The same agency is also managing the arrearages program for energy, but in terms of the water program, they are still setting that program up, trying to figure out what the guidelines are going to be, and they're actually starting or planning to start webinars with stakeholders. They don't even have a website up as yet. So our first step is just really to understand how the program will be organized and how they're going to be working closely. I know that they are going to be working with the CPUC and the Water Board in terms of administering the program, but that's really the most we know at this point. I don't know if Steve has additional details on that, but.
Yeah, no, I think that's accurate. I know that they just released CSD, a survey of utilities to get a sense of the size of their arrearages. And then, as you said, I mean, it's October start to issue the application. But I think to your point, I know that the advocacy, at least in Sacramento, the water district was very involved. But beyond that, I assume we'll work closely with them and your city team as we look at developing what the guidelines are for the program.
Oh, that's great. So it's great to hear that everybody's kind of working together. And a couple of things sort of came out or jumped out at me. So there was an earmark for the East San Jose Corridor Safety Improvement Project, right, for $4.7 million. And between the state and the feds, we've got over almost, $16 million for Warm Springs. And are we, how are we looking at our earmark efforts, particularly in relation to Vision Zero? There's some, and that might be a transportation question, but we have some big dollar numbers before us for Vision Zero, but really sort of no way to get there. And I'm interested in hearing how we're deciding those earmarks now that earmarks are back in the federal government. Maybe we can, I just want to hear more about our strategy on that.
Yes, thank you, Council Member. So with the earmarks process this year, it kind of came about very quickly. So with the House and then the Senate announcing the earmarks process. And so what we tried to do in conversation with their departments is, and working really closely with our lobbyists, is because we had limited time, was to understand which projects we were ready to actually put together an application for, and also understanding what the priorities were of the actual legislators that were going to be putting forth these programs, because we wanted to make sure that they were things that appealed to them and with an understanding of what might actually make the cut, because they were competing against programs across the country. And so we were working very quickly with that process. now that we know it's here, and now that we know that earmarks are back, as we move into the fall, the next process is to actually start the more long-range planning. So as I mentioned, there's a lot happening this fall in terms of planning with our departments, but it really is understanding what the need is across, and I think also in partnership with our council offices to understand their communities, but also just having additional time to actually do planning and make sure that we've got an application in place that meets the citywide needs.
That's really great to hear. And I do know it happened quickly, but now that we have earmarks again, it's another opportunity that we can look at. And then I'm just going to leave a comment on that, which is that I hope that we as a city can look at how to apply equity screens and other things moving forward on what we push in between this and the infrastructure bill, hopefully, because I know shovel ready and all of these things sort of come into play, but that we include equity and not just sort of expediency, but knowing that this round was special because it was so quick and it was coming back to us. One last question, and sort of looking at the memo about priorities that were funded in the budget signed by the governor included climate resiliency. So that includes local park grants, wildfire prevention, and I think there are a lot of different parts of our city that would be impacted by that. Have we likewise identified, or are we going to then move into that process in committee to look deeper into what that means for the city? Do we know how much we would get and how we can plan for that?
So I'll let Steve elaborate a bit more on this, but the majority of this is coming through grant funds. And so it's once, we're sort of in that stage, I think as Steve mentioned, that a lot of the programs are being stood up, so we can understand what the guidelines are, but that is, one role that we would like to play is making sure that our departments are aware of the opportunities and that are out there and making sure that we're facilitating those conversations with the funding agencies. But I don't know if Steve wants to mention a little bit more about specific opportunities that might be there.
Yes, and I know that there was some funding that was referenced in the memo on climate resiliency, and then I think I also mentioned that there's still negotiations on a separate climate package that initially was a part of a bond, but because of the surplus, the leadership decided not to do a climate bond, but to do it on a one-time basis. So the first round was a lot of wildfire related, and then the subsequent round will include some of the cap and trade dollars from CARB. And so I know that we have already put on our to-do list is to set up a meeting with OPR and CARB and other agencies to make sure that we are accessing that existing dollars. And then also with this subsequent round, be happy to work closely through Alex and Sarah to identify potential opportunities in that subsequent round as well.
Cool. And one of the things that jumped out to me too was the $200 million for local parks grants. Mm-hmm. And what does that mean? What does that mean to the city? And what could that present in terms of opportunities? So thank you.
Yeah.
That's it for me, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions, actually. Thank you for the report, and thank you for the small but mighty team and all the work that you're doing at the state and federal level. I appreciate that. And particularly the Brown Act reforms that you're working on. I know you mentioned that you're working on that, and now the state is in recess. So is there an author or some progress on the Brown Act reform?
Thank you, Council Member. So there's a couple of different options that we can pursue here in terms of where we are particularly where we are in the session and sort of the remaining part of the session. So the first is looking at bills or vehicles that are related to emergency preparedness, COVID, and that where we could actually insert some amendments. And so there are two bills in particular, and we're in conversations with the authors' offices to determine whether or not they would be open to including the amendments that we're proposing. This is specifically really one of the things that we're really focused on is for our immunocompromised or medically vulnerable members of elected bodies, and so that's really what we've been pushing on. So that's one avenue that we're pursuing. Obviously, it's very difficult, as we've mentioned, because there is some resistance and opposition, and so I think the concern of some of the authors' offices is inserting something that would then jeopardize the chances of that bill moving. Especially, so that's one issue that we face, and just it posing maybe an uphill battle. The second is our conversations with the governor's office to at the very least see if that we can get an extension of the executive order for remote meetings, or even if beyond that we can get a specific carve out for the immunocompromised beyond that. And so we're I think there's an openness to that idea, but I think those conversations are continuing. But it's definitely something that we are concerned about and that we're pushing on.
Very good. I appreciate that. It's slightly hopeful, not as hopeful as I was hoping, but I appreciate your efforts, and I know that you're doing everything that you can. It's surprising to me that they would even consider or be hesitant about individuals who are immunocompromised. That just seems like a no-brainer to me to protect them in the Brown Act and to figure out how to do that. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Also, we've been hearing a lot about SB 9 and SB 10 as it relates to potential lot splits and duplexes that would bypass or step over any local legislation that we have regarding our general plan and our parcels. What are you hearing is the likelihood of SB 9 and 10 passing? What's the status? Can you ballpark what's going on with those?
Yes, I know that's something that we've been tracking very closely, and I want to hand it off to Steve because I know that he's actually been in conversation with different offices to understand how those bills are moving in the status.
Yes, thank you for the question, council member. Particularly with SB 9, the Atkins bill, we've been in discussions with her office, the Pro Tem's office, starting with last year, because she had a similar effort, as you recall, SB 1120. And that bill actually made it through as you know, through the process and got caught up at, I think, 11:45, the last night of session, with the issues between the houses. And so the votes were there at one point on both floors. And I think that the author's office is optimistic about doing that, and they felt that they've addressed additional concerns this round, but it's currently in assembly appropriations, and then assuming it gets out of there, it'll be on the floor. We did talk to the Pro Tem's office just yesterday, and they're optimistic, but I also know that they are aware of the fact that San Jose has a similar program, and we've continued to talk to them about how it impacts what we're doing. And I think I saw a reference in the memo as well that our program's a little different, particularly with respect to affordable housing provisions. And so those are conversations that we're continuing to have with the author's office on that bill.
Okay, so it looks like the Atkins bill is closer than the other bill in passing. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you for that. Finally, I have a question regarding that might be better suited for Department of Transportation, but it goes back to leaving money on the table, and it has to do with the Bascom Corridor and Complete Streets. There was a study done to improve the Bascom Corridor as it relates to it goes through District 6, District 9, and then Campbell. And I know that Secretary Buttigieg is passionate about making sure that we have the transportation dollars we need to improve our streets and create more bike paths. What's the likelihood that San Jose will benefit from this funding, and that we'll be able to get funding for the Bascom Street corridor, Bascom Complete Street corridor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are you referring to the recently passed infrastructure package in the Senate?
Yes.
So I believe Lori from our DC office is still on, and she might be able to provide a little bit of insight on the package and what's included around that in that package in terms of something like the Bascom Street corridor. But I also know that Jessica Zhang is on the line. I see her waving on Zoom, so maybe she can take that first, and then Lori can give maybe a little bit of insight on what she's hearing in terms of the package.
Great, thank you.
Absolutely. Good afternoon. Jessica Zhang, Deputy Director for the Department of Transportation. This is a great question, and we've been working closely and appreciate all the work that the Intergovernmental Relations team and our fantastic lobbyists have been doing to help position us well at the state and federal level. So the Bascom Complete Streets project is a really compelling example, and I'll share just a couple of thoughts about that. One is that you may recall that the city and VTA and the other cities along the corridor did recently apply for Measure B money to move that project from idea toward implementation. And so that's really good news in terms of our readiness for some of the funding that is potentially coming forward. Also, to Councilmember Esparza's earlier question, streets like Bascom, but also our Vision Zero corridor streets in general. I'm also very hopeful there's a $5 billion Safe Streets for All component of the bill that was passed earlier today. And so we're really looking forward to that, and we've been working to make sure that that is funding that can be spent as quickly and as flexibly and as meaningfully as possible on our Vision Zero corridors and projects like the Bascom corridor. The last thing, just for the good of the order, is we know that these large complete reconstruction projects like the Bascom Complete Street project can take quite a while. And so we did seek, working with VTA and others, we sought MTC quick strike fundings to get some of the bones on the ground in the near term. And we were successful in that earlier this calendar year. So those are all kind of good news, but a lot of overlapping questions and projects. So I'll see if Lori wants to add anything.
Sure. Following up on Jessica's comments, there is a Safe Streets for All. There's $5 billion, which is unheard of. There's never been direct money for Vision Zero or Complete Streets. And the $5 billion is guaranteed over the next 5 years. Some of it's going to go to the state, but others can be competitive funding. And on top of that, there's going to be authorized money too. And I worked really hard with the San Jose Department of Transportation and IGA. We talked to congressional committees, we talked to our delegation about how we've been a role model nationwide, but there's been very little federal funding to actually implement the Vision Zero. And we're very successful, and there's a lot of additional money in this infrastructure bill for these types of programs.
Great, thank you very much for that. So are you saying that we are competitive in the process and that you're hopeful we'll be able to benefit from these funds?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. That concludes my questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank council members Esparza and Foley for their questions because I had some of the same ones. Following on Councilmember Esparza's questions about the eviction moratorium extension, I did have some questions about the rent relief program, and I'm not sure if Jackie is the right person for this, but I think I saw that the deadline was July 28th for applications. Is that correct? Shaking their heads. I'm not sure.
So I see Jackie Morales Farron.
I thought I saw that in the presentation, and if it was going by fast and I didn't see it right.
Hi again, me.
Hi.
The rent relief is ongoing.
Okay, so the application deadline has not passed for folks to apply for that rent relief. Is that correct?
You mean for residents to apply?
Yes.
Correct. No, we actually need every resident now to apply for rental assistance.
Okay, I wanted to make sure because I thought I saw that and I was curious about that.
Yeah.
I know that there are still at least some landlords that aren't aware of that, how that program works exactly. So thank you for that. Glad to hear it. And then following on some questions about kind of recovering the Delta variant, I saw something about alcohol delivery, off-sale retail alcohol. Is there any indication that will, kind of where that is and how that's going? And then also, would that apply to takeout orders? I've heard from a lot of restaurant owners that was a lifeline during the pandemic, and they really wanted to see that continue because it's become a big part of their business in terms of takeout.
Yes, and I know it was a priority of our downtown task force, especially prioritizing things like to-go alcohol and closed streets and other things to continue and sort of boost business during the pandemic. And so there was one bill that we were supporting, and it's currently, I believe, an appropriation. So as we're in recess, we're sort of waiting for next to see the status of how bills are moving. So currently, I believe it's moving. But I think there is we have been, at least over the past year and a half or so during the pandemic, we've been focused on a lot of different advocacy efforts when it comes to the sort of the downtown businesses and the advocacy around that. So sending letters, and we've been doing that since the very beginning to make sure the legislature is aware of ways that they can help benefit businesses locally here in San Jose.
Thank you. Yeah, and I saw the other one about street closures as well. So yes. I appreciate that. I just wanted to clarify that the delivery also applied to go.
And it's to benefit, and that particular bill is regarding to-go alcohol.
Okay.
And deliveries, yes.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And then, again, I just need a clarification. Councilmember Foley asked about Brown Act amendments. What I wasn't clear about, I understand the immunocompromised for elected officials, and I completely support that, but is there a separate conversation going on about hybrid participation for the public? Because that, as to borrow Councilmember Foley's phrase, that just seems like a no-brainer to me, and something that we've had different engagement from different folks because of the ability to call in. Is that something that's being discussed?
So we haven't been discussing. I know that we've been closely watching and actually providing some feedback to different legislators that are looking at who've been crafting bills around public participation to talk about some of the great things that we're doing and we're planning and implementing here in San Jose. But that hasn't been part of this conversation in terms of Brown Act reform. I think that when I mentioned some of the opposition, that it's more focused on around transparency and access for members of the public. And so I think the advocates actually are supporting a lot of the bills that are looking to encourage and increase participation in remote meetings and remote participation and virtual participation for members of the public. So that's an area we haven't pursued, but we do know that there is broad support for at least that, at least for public participation.
Okay, so there's a separate slew of
this is separate
legislation.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I could, in prior a little bit of additional comments on that, there is the AB 361 is the bill by Assemblymember Rivas that would allow for remote participation, as you described, during a state declared emergency. There was language in there for or a local. I know that was taken out recently, but during a state declared emergency, that you could continue to operate with the flexibility of under the Brown Act, but that would not take effect. It's legislation, it's not in the budget, so if it were enacted, it would take effect in January, to the point that Alex raised, which is it leaves that gap period because the executive order authority expires September 30th. So that's what we've been focused on, trying to get either an urgency clause added to that Rivas bill or get an executive order to get us to January 1st, assuming that the Rivas bill is successful. I think the conversations that we had with the governor, I can't predict what they'll do, but they seem somewhat favorable on the policy. Again, that it's tied to a declared emergency, and that did pass muster from the local government committees, which, as Alex said, have been kind of really safeguarding any ongoing permanent changes to the Brown Act that they provided for during the COVID pandemic. But that bill is out there, along with a bill by Alex Lee that would kind of cover more of the public side of the discussion. So there's two bills.
Okay, so the 361 is for elected officials, and the Alex Lee one is for public participation?
The 361 is just a broad language about during a state declared emergency to continue to do what was been done during COVID for both the public and elected.
Okay, so we wouldn't need an executive order next
Correct.
time, basically?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Arenas?
I'm getting used to being in person, and I thought I had to unmute myself, but I don't. I'm looking at Councilmember Esparza to help me out. All right, well, on that note, I'm going to continue to ask about that Brown Act, and how can we help lobby? How can we help? For me, this is an opportunity to really modernize the Brown Act in a way that is significant for working parents and especially for women, as we've seen how they've been impacted economically and the loss of jobs and the responsibilities at home. So is there any opportunity for us as elected officials to maybe together collectively in this county lobby for that, send a letter, anything that would be significant?
Well, I think some of that advocacy will be helpful once we are able to find a vehicle to move the amendments that we're seeking and to help get that get that actual bill over the finish line. And I think that in terms of the governor's office, Steve, if you have suggestions on ways that might assist as well in terms of communicating to that office what the local needs are in San Jose, I think that would also be helpful in terms of outreach. But Steve, I don't know if you have suggestions on.
Yes, certainly any support with the governor's office. I was just looking at my phone because I was just checking the votes for like 361, and I think our delegation has been supportive of it along the way. So, typically that's where, our strength is obviously getting to our San Jose delegation, but they've been supportive. So I think it's, at this point, it would be, assuming it gets off the Senate floor, this 361, it would be the governor's office. And so we certainly would could use any help that we can get there.
I appreciate that. I think at the very least, we here in the city of San Jose, we can recognize our department heads and just managers and staff who have children and are need to work from home as the school year comes in, is going to be an incremental schedule where it's a half day and then a full day, and it is just a little crazy. So it is time, and I know that you know this, to modernize that. All right. So the next question is, and I'm sure that you already do this, but I'm wondering if maybe when you present, we can have an overlay of our council priorities that we approved back in March. I think it was March. And how they line up with some of the progress that's been made when you provide us with these reports. Is there something that we can do? I know that priority diagram is pretty complex, but it would be great to see, just to see the alignment and the progress would be wonderful.
Yes, Council, we can certainly do that.
Yeah, it was Councilmember Arenas, Lee Wilcox, Deputy City Manager. I think for the items in the roadmap and the policy priorities that the council has passed, we can surely identify those that have an IGR component. So we bring those more forward kind of in these presentations, as long, in addition to the overall priorities in the LEDGE program that we've set, kind of what we see as attainable in Sacramento and Washington, D.C. that year. So that's pretty straightforward to do.
Great. It would be wonderful that all of our priorities that we just approved, if there is anything to do with legislation, which it probably is related, that it also be on your plan at the same time. I just want to thank you all for your work that you've done around childcare. I know that there was a letter that was completed by Santa Clara County Office of Education in the city for, I think it was $75 million. We didn't get that, but I appreciate that you continue to Advocate for Children and for our family-friendly initiative. Will you be able to have a better breakdown in terms of childcare and early care and education and learning in terms of funding and who's getting what?
Yeah, we're actually, thank you, Councilmember. And that's a great question. We're going to be coming back in November to as part of our sort of annual update, and so that'll be a nice look back of the year and to see sort of where the funding went. But and it is something that we're looking at closely. And one of the other things that we are in conversations with the Santa Clara County Office of Education. I think there's a lot of conversations happening around the county about different types of funding and sort of the collective ecosystem of funding that's available and how it's benefiting our communities. And so we're looking at that as well and have been part of those conversations. I know that PRNS has been part of those conversations as well in terms of coordinating and understanding the funding that we're getting.
Wonderful. And we have a joint meeting later on this month on the 26th with the county. And actually one of the areas of presentation is just that, explaining some of the funding that everybody is getting. And so we'll know at a local level what maybe folks are getting. But I think it's important to figure out in order to maximize and just leverage resources in a meaningful way and not duplicate anything. So you're invited to another meeting this month if you'd like to attend. We can give you all that information. Because I think it'll be really crucial for us locally to figure out how to complement each other's work. We've done that in the past year. I've talked about our technology efforts, and with the county, we complemented. So we purchased the hotspots, they purchased their devices, and that way we don't duplicate our very limited resources. And so I'm hoping that we do the same thing once again. And the other question I have, I know that we've asked you already this question, Alex, but I'm just going to pose it here on the dais. And this is, you know that I'm very, I'm a huge advocate over Lake Cunningham and our water quality there. And I know that part of the infrastructure, this bipartisan infrastructure, there's water, clean water is one of the very broad categories. And I think you spelled it out to be clean water, drinking water, waste water infrastructure, and water storage. I'd like to see if there's any possibilities to see if Lake Cunningham qualifies. And we also have another lake on the other side of town, Almaden Lake, and I know that you guys have better water quality than us, but no less, I think it's always an improvement for our regional parks and attractions. And then what are the other last things that I wanted to ask about? I know that, I think it was SB 530, which sadly I don't understand why that wouldn't move forward. And this is from Cortese with the domestic rape inclusion for that definition, not for the definition, excuse me, to treat domestic rape the same way as any other rape. And what is the plan for the second year of the SB 530?
I'll hand it off to Steve to sort of take what he's been hearing about. But I do know it was a disappointment for many to see what happened with that bill. I don't know if there are plans to bring that back next year, or some similar, around domestic rape and.
Yeah, Council Member, I don't know offhand, so I would have to check in with the Senator's office to see what the plan is for next year.
Well, it would be important for us to figure out how we could help support it. I think it's less than 6 months now that the second year would start moving. So This is another one that I'm going to also steal Councilmember Foley's. It is a no-brainer. I actually don't understand why this one would ever be excluded or not passed. Okay, so I'm going to move on from that one. And then just the last piece, I'm going to go back to childcare. I know in childcare, some of the priorities are to expand license exempt stipends or rates of pay. Also increase, I think, 200,000 for childcare slots. But that kind of competes with what families can afford. So if the rate for childcare providers will increase, that means it'll increase the cost for our families. And so how does that, how do we consolidate that? Is that a rate just for the state, or is that a rate that families will pay? I guess I'm trying to figure out that piece out.
Thank you for your question, council member, and I'd have to check on that and get back to your office. I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, wonderful. And I think that's the end of mine. I just want to thank you once again for all of the work that you've done. And Mayor, I think you did some really wonderful work with our youth programming. I think there's going to be a lot of young folks who are excited to actually have an opportunity to go to college or to help contribute to the household income. And so that is going to be really meaningful to our folks here. And that's it. Thank you, all of you. And congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mahan.
Thanks, Mayor, and I'll be very brief, just two questions. On the first related to the Brown Act as well, appreciate all my colleagues' great comments and very much share the interest in ensuring that public access is as accessible, widely available as possible. I also wanted to just suggest one other use case if we haven't explored this in our conversations, which is for those of us who get sick a lot, as I do, because my kids are both in daycare every day and come home with a runny nose every 3 weeks, having to choose between inviting everyone into my living room to watch me blow my nose while participating in a city council meeting versus potentially getting my seatmate sick here just seems like a really bad, trade-off to have to make. And so while I really appreciate the value of being in person for these meetings, I do think they're a common sense. We really do need to modernize the way we do public meetings, and there just feel like these common sense opportunities for us to have a little bit of flexibility without having requirements that seem a little absurd in the modern era. So I just want to throw that out there. I don't need a response. I just want to make sure that use case is top of mind, because last thing I want to do is get my colleagues sick, but thanks to my kids' daycare, I seem to be sick every other month. And then the question I did have picks up on the mayor's first question, which is, but I want to frame it a little differently. For the different funding allocations from federal and state governments, are all of them formulaic and fixed based on population or any other factor? Or are some of these allocations potentially variable based on actions we might take working with our department leadership? And I'll just give you an example. On broadband, if we identified shovel-ready projects, if you will, does that make us more competitive? Or on emergency housing, if we were to identify and pre-approve sites, does that make us more competitive for attracting those dollars? What are actions we might consider taking as a council that could make us more competitive for some of those pots of money? And can you direct us to which ones for which that opportunity might exist versus, hey, it's just formulaic based on something like population, there's not a lot we can do about it?
Thank you, council member. I think, and I also want to sort of, since we're sort of heading into a lot of the planning and the thinking that we're going to be doing with a lot of our departments, I also want to include Lori in our DC office to kind of talk about sort of what we think about in terms of what makes a competitive application, because those are a lot of the conversations that we have. I would say that, I think it really depends. It's hard to say which of the opportunities are, in terms of a list of which opportunities are formulaic versus versus competitive grants. I don't have a full list, but I can say that at least when we're looking at the infrastructure package, the vast majority of funding that will be coming to cities will be coming through competitive grants. And there are, aside from the application itself and putting together a good application, a lot of it also relies on the kinds of advocacy efforts that we do in advance and how early our departments are reaching out to the agencies and the legislators who can also advocate on behalf of us with those agencies. And so that's a lot of the work that we've done this year in certain cases. And I also want to, just before I go on, I want to loop Lori into this conversation because I think she can also say a lot about the work she's done with us and with a number of other cities in terms of helping them in this area.
Sure, thank you, Alex. I do think it depends on the agency. For example, with DOT, you receive a lot of formula dollars from MTC and also the state. But like Alex said, there are a number of competitive grant programs and many new ones in this recent authorization bill that you are definitely primed to receive. The same with water. Most of that is also formula through the states. With broadband, because there's a number of new programs that were created. One program that goes directly to the cities through the state is called the Broadband Equity Access and Development Program. And this is something you would have to apply for the state, but it does depend on if you're underserved and how your median income as well. And then another program is called the Middle Mile Broadband. And this is a grant you could directly compete for. And then one last one is digital equity, which I know has been very important to the city. And you're very much involved in lobbying the delegation for this. And so partly goes to the state and partially goes in competitive grants. Like I said, it really depends on the federal agency.
And thank you. Just as a follow-up, given that nuance, is our expectation that for those competitive grant programs, should our expectation as a council be that department leadership will bring forward those opportunities for us to take action when it could be helpful in making our application more competitive?
Yes, and I know that that's actually, with all of the departments in the case of when in the grant application process that we usually seek out endorsements and letters and help and advocacy on behalf of our council. So we continually do that and we have been as a standard practice with our grant applications across our departments. But it varies with the application and the department.
That makes sense. I'd encourage us to think beyond just our advocacy, though. If there are opportunities for us to put in place policies or plans or approved plans that might make us more attractive, such as pre-approving emergency housing sites, if that makes us more competitive, then it would be great for us to know that as a council and have the opportunity to kind of bolster our case before the state, for example. But thank you. I appreciate the responses. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Just building on that last conversation, I recognize there's a lot of programs that have been put in play between the federal and the state governments over the last 18 months. And I wonder if it would just be helpful so the council understands what exactly we're focused on. If collectively city manager IGR team might be able to provide a report of simply a list. Here's where we're actually going to apply and get involved in some kind of competitive effort for these funds. Now, obviously, that means you don't have to mention any of the funds where there's formulaic money, because we know that's just going to happen. And you don't have to mention programs we're not interested in doing anything about, because we're not going to be competitive for snow removal equipment grants. But just letting us know, here are the things we're going to spend resources on, our time, most important resource. That would be super helpful, because then we could all look at it, and if we see that there's something out there that maybe might have fallen through the cracks, we can at least have that conversation. Is that possible?
Yeah, it's definitely something we can follow up with you on. I know that we're having those conversations with departments, but I think in terms of putting that list together, it's part of that conversation that we're having about the capacity within the departments, the current efforts that are underway, what they're already looking at, and so it's really sort of sourcing and surveying departments and what they're currently doing, which we're kind of already starting. But yes, we can definitely get back to you on sort of a complete matrix of that.
Yeah, I do think that's very feasible, and maybe do
Okay.
it on a quarterly basis or some sort of periodic basis. Or we can, then we can be very transparent about what we're looking at.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. I don't believe Councilmember Cohen has raised his virtual hand. Councilmember Cohen, I want you to know I'm looking for you, just in case. Are there any other questions? Oh, Councilmember Menace.
Yeah, just a question on that. I appreciate those comments, Mayor. Along the lines of what Councilmember Mahan was asking, what I was curious about is how often is it a circumstance in which departments are, say, co-applying for a competitive grant? Does that happen? I'm not sure how often that occurs, or if that's something that.
Thank you, Councilmember. I couldn't say how many times that's actually happening, but I do know it happens quite a bit where there are sort of intra-department, there's alignment, and so departments are applying together, but I know that that's something that occurs.
Okay, and along those same lines, I was thinking how assuming or do you ever foresee circumstances in which two different departments may be going after the same grants, or we're competitive, the departments are competitive with one another, and how that's handled if in fact that's the case?
It's not something I've seen, but I would have to refer to and checking with the other departments to see how often that's happened and in what case that's happened. I would assume I would assume so, but I just don't know.
Okay, all right. Lee, I don't know if Lee was going to say something.
I was just going to say, there's far less competition amongst departments. Actually, where we see a lot of grant money is around capital projects or physical improvements. So there's an awful lot of coordination between departments, the IGR team on how to best package it, but then with our public works department on who would actually deliver that project. So there's an awful lot of coordination that takes place at that level. And then, it's very small dollars compared to some of the grant funds that we're thinking about. The only example that I would offer in transparency is UWASI funding. That is available for police, fire, and emergency management, and we've used that over the last few years to really bolster our emergency management team versus spending that on fire and police. And so there's competitive parts like that, but those departments work really well and include the manager's office on how to best package those.
Okay, all right. Just a few other comments. One is that I think in hearing everything you all are touching and all these competitive grants and formulaic sort of money that comes down, I guess what I have trouble wrapping my head around, and that's why I appreciate the mayor's comments, is where our office and what's happening in my respective district, how we can plug in what we see daily and try to figure out, is there a match for some of the money that's out there, right? And so trying to figure out how we can best utilize just the knowledge we have to help inform where we apply or what's the potential, right? Maybe it's something we build out over a few years, but at least we plan and get that prepared for some sort of grant. So I wanted to say that, but the other thing, this may be a silly question, but I know obviously I don't know if it just happened today or yesterday, but I think it was today, the infrastructure bill at the federal level, right? What I'm curious about is, can you help me better understand how that trickles down to us? So my assumption is it goes to the state then, competitive grants or other such things. Can you help paint a picture as to how we expect that to take shape?
I'd actually like to hand that off to Lori in our DC office, because I think we've been having those conversations about how does this reach us, and I think she has some great insight.
Oh, wonderful.
Hi, thank you. Once again, it does depend on the federal agency, but Alex, I said in the beginning, a lot of the money does go to the formal programs. For example, at DOT, the city receives safety money, money for pedestrian trails and roads through MTC and the state. But under this new program, as I mentioned earlier, there are now competitive grant programs that the city can apply directly to DOT. The same with EPA. The drinking water and clean water programs do also go through the state, but there are a couple of grant programs that the city can apply directly to. For example, a brand new resiliency and sustainability grant programs. The broadband, I think I just explained that to you as well. And also there's a number of resiliency and electric vehicle programs, and part of them go to the state by formula, and the other half goes to competitive grants to the city.
Okay, so it depends. Okay, no, it's okay. I suspected it was a little convoluted, but okay. So thank you for that. Appreciate it, Lori.
Councilmember Arenas?
Sorry, I was trying to mute myself again. Unmute myself. Okay. All right. So I know that there's some anticipated influx of state funding to end family homelessness. I think it was primarily around home key. But I'm wondering, how can we route that to come to a local level? I know that Jackie's done a really wonderful job in working with McKinney-Vento at the Santa Clara County Office of Education that works with self-identified homeless children. But we need to be able to have a little bit more local control and for there to be some designated funding for that. So how can we do that? Yeah, can you solve world peace for me too?
Thank you, Councilor. So you're speaking to additional, so having more local control over the funds that come to us for the homelessness programs, for instance, with HAP, or is it?
I'm hoping that it can come directly to the city. Oh, here comes Jackie.
Oh.
The other way it could benefit is also through Project SOAR, which relies on a lot of neighborhood associations building with one another and helping out our homeless population around some of our hot spots, and so that we can have more funding for that as well. But what were you going to say, Jackie?
So what I was going to say was, as we are looking for potential hotels, what we've learned is that in order to house a family successfully in the hotels, that we really need to find those that have the kitchenettes inside the facility, and there are some that are longer term hotels that are more functional and they're bigger, so that they would actually accommodate a family's needs. We have found that the much smaller ones are very challenging for families, and so we are actively looking for the larger ones, long-term stay hotels, so that we can make an application.
Got it. And what is the alternative to that? Because I think we discussed this some years ago about the East Side has very minimal in terms of hotels. I think you can count it on one hand. And I dare to say there is a lot of homelessness on the East Side. So what would be the default to hotel? If that hotel doesn't work? What else?
Yeah, so if we're not successful, which I'm hoping we are, that we'll, in this next batch, be able to find a suitable hotel that would work for families. That would be our first goal. You know, the other thing is we are looking at how we could release acquisition money to acquire an existing building for families. That is an opportunity in order to stabilize them. So we have been talking about a pilot acquisition program. So that is one area where we're going to be looking as well.
Okay, and is that
and then the other thing is the Housing Authority vouchers. So when the federal government came out with more vouchers, I think there's about 1,000 of them that are coming out for Santa Clara County. For those vouchers, we are prioritizing families.
Oh, that's wonderful to hear. Okay, wonderful. So, and that is with the state funding that I was just referring to.
The voucher one is federal funding.
No, I'm sorry. The hotel piece.
Correct. Yes.
Got it. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Actually, Jackie, before you go too far, I'm sorry. Just wanted to clarify one thing. I know the governor's team kept insisting they were going to try to ensure that home key was flexible so we could actually use it also for other things than motels. And, you know, I know constant reference was made to.
Yeah, so we have asked for clarification on Project Home Key on the exact uses, like for new construction is one of the ones that we were considering. And so, yes, we are asking for that clarification under the next NOFA.
Okay, great. Could you just let us know if you don't get a favorable response? because it would
Yes.
seem to run counter to certainly what the governor said publicly and privately on that issue.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right. Let's, I don't think we need a motion, do we? Nope, just a report. Okay, great. Thanks, everybody, for your hard work. Here we go. More to come. All right, we're on to item 3.4, which is Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act hearing for California Municipal Finance Authority's issuance of tax-exempt multifamily revenue bonds at 425 Azare Apartments project. There is not a presentation, but if anyone has any questions, let's go to public comment first. Tony?
I have no public comment.
Okay. Is there a motion or, see,
Second, I have a question.
Councilmember Reyes, I'm sorry, I didn't clear. Did you clear, did you, your comment, that was from before? Okay. Let's go to Councilmember Esparza then.
Thank you. So I had a question. So on this project, I had a question. We've talked previously about the Good Neighbor Plan being utilized in the future and having that be a best practice. And so I wanted to ask whoever that is, whether that's Jackie or somebody else, whether the Good Neighbor Plan would be incorporated into this project. So again, is that a question for the housing department? Jackie, I don't know if you heard my question. Rachel?
Okay, while they're coming down, I'm going to formally open the TEFRA hearing. Do I need a motion to open it, nor could I just open it? All right, the TEFRA hearing is hereby open. All right, here we go.
Very official, Mayor.
Thank you. I feel better now.
Councilmember Esparza, could you repeat the question?
So the question was that we have spoken previously at council about having the Good Neighbor Plan be a best practice for the city. So my question is for this project, would the Good Neighbor Plan be incorporated into this? I know this is a bond, but are we working with folks on making that a best practice on this project?
Okay, yeah, that's a great question. We can work with the developer to find out. I know that Azare has been a development that has engaged the community quite a bit in that neighborhood. So I'm anticipating that that would be something that they'd be supportive of, but we can definitely reach out to the developer and talk to them about that opportunity.
Great, thank you. That's it for me, Mayor.
Okay. Any other comments? Is there, okay, the TEFRA hearing is now closed since we don't have any public comment. Is
After you opened, we did get a hand raised.
all right, we got a hand, so let's go to the public.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. These are words that are meant for technically the next item, but as someone said, you know, the Azare neighborhood area, they really try to work toward affordable housing ideas. I hope these thoughts can be applicable. I spent my summer vacation at the City of Oakland public meeting. There was incredibly decent effort. There were incredibly decent efforts to unify the community with ideas of equity and reimagine for a community and to negotiate how and where the A's can stay for the future of Oakland. With this upcoming affordable housing dialogue organization and possible building in Oakland in the next 5 years, there are already MTC and CASA plans of ELI, VLI, and mixed income housing plans by the end of this upcoming decade for the Bay Area that I feel can simply begin its dialogue now for good community organization. As I've been trying to offer for the past year, let's begin to do our own good prep work now here in San Jose with the subjects of ELI, VLI, and mixed income. To work on these good ideas.
Mr. Beekman, you may be tapping on something right now. It's causing a lot of noise.
Oh boy, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Thank you. To conclude here, to work on the good ideas of equity, reimagine, and health and human services now and in the next few years can leave us very well prepared for a simpler, well-organized transition by 2025, where these MTC plans will more formally begin. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. I think that's it for public comment. Wonderful to see 128 new affordable apartments coming to our city. The TEFRA hearing is now closed. Is there a motion on the resolution?
Move approval.
All right, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen. Aye. Carrasco.
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones. Aye. Locardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, 8.1, speaking of affordable housing, is the Housing Crisis Work Plan Status Report. And Rachel and Jackie are here, along with Jared. Welcome. And Michael.
Just waiting for the slides to come up, but I can maybe get started as they're pulling those up.
I'm sorry, Jared, I wasn't
Oh, I was
hearing.
just I said waiting for the slides to get pulled up, but I could probably get started
Okay.
while they're working on that. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Jared Ferguson, the Housing Catalyst with the Office of Economic Development, joined with Rachel Vanderveen, the Deputy Director of the Housing Department, and Michael Brio, Deputy Director of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. We're here today to provide you an update on the Housing Crisis Work Plan. We provide these updates twice a year. This is the first update of 2021. This was heard at the Community and Economic Development Committee in May and scheduled for council in June, but we deferred until now. As a reminder, the Housing Crisis Work Plan includes the development of policies and programs that encourage housing development with the goal of 25,000 housing units by 2023, either approved, under construction, or completed, with 15,000 market rate units and 10,000 affordable. So the next several slides are our housing production report. These are updated through the second quarter of 2021. These are more recent than the charts included in the initial committee report because of the deferral. We were able to include data that included the second quarter. So this chart is an overall snapshot of year over year totals in housing. A later chart shows the overall progress towards the 25,000 unit goal and takes into account units moving from one column to the next. The three columns here represent the three stages of development. So those receiving planning approval, those obtaining their building permit, and those receiving occupancies. Building permit, generally the start of construction and occupancy completion of those units. There was a significant downward trend in market rate units in starting construction in 2021, and I'll talk about that in the next slide a little bit. But just wanted to highlight 2020 was the best year so far for affordable housing in the years that we've tracked for the Housing Crisis Work Plan.
Jared, that seat that you're sitting in is a bit cursed, I think, because it's not very close to the microphone. If you could just...
Maybe I can move to this one.
Yeah, if you could move the mic a little closer so we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, so trying to advance the slide here. Okay, so that, just as I mentioned, highlighting the affordable production in 2020. And then, so this next slide highlights the market rate building permits, which, as I mentioned, generally indicates the start of new construction. You can see the significant drop in 2020. Most of the new units under construction for market rate were ADUs. You know, rents fell in multifamily in San Jose dramatically at the start of the pandemic, and vacancy also increased. This was especially true in newer Class A apartments. In January, that trend started to reverse with rents increasing slightly, and we've now had 7 straight months of rent growth through July. Rents are still below pre-pandemic levels in San Jose, but still remain high relative to other cities in the country. Rents and rent growth are important data points for new market rate units, as they are the key to determining if a project is financially feasible. Quarter one and quarter two data show that downward trend reversing slightly. As you can see, we've already surpassed 2020 totals. What we've heard from the development community is optimism in San Jose's market moving forward, but that it could still take more time before we see new construction due to market conditions. Construction costs that were, you know, a significant barrier pre-pandemic to new market rate units are still high. As a part of our work plan, we're intending to update our cost of residential development report to help us and the council better understand the residential development market. So that will be an important report. So this, trying to go forward again. So the next chart we have is an overall accounting of our progress towards 25,000 units by 2023. There we go. Thank you. So this is actually, as I mentioned, the most recent data, including the second quarter, so through June. We've actually met the goal of the 15,000 market rate units, either entitled or approved, under construction or completed. And we talked about, you know, 2020 being a good year for affordable, but more progress is needed on the affordable unit side. We're working on a live dashboard that will show these numbers in more real time, so that, you know, we're not kind of waiting for these reports to kind of get these numbers out. So that's something we're working on right now on that. So with that, can I hand it over to Rachel, the Housing Department?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We wanted to talk to you today about a few of the challenges that we continue to face with affordable housing specifically. We, in the last 2 rounds at the California Debt Limit Allocation Committee, which we fondly call CDLAC, we have found that the current scoring system is not favorable for projects throughout the Bay Area. So this includes San Francisco, San Jose, and Oakland have had a very difficult time receiving allocations. San Jose has received 2 allocations, one in the round in April, and then one, there's a meeting tomorrow actually, and so we're receiving one there, and we're actually going to also be advocating for a second one tomorrow to try and get it pushed into the list that will be supported. But what we're seeing is challenges such as the West San Carlos project by Danco here in San Jose that actually has applied 5 times to CDLAC, and that is about a 2-year delay, which is a very significant period of time. And they did actually receive an allocation, but we're still trying to work through just how really this project is going to move forward. We still have some questions about the financing specifically. And so this is, I would say, the greatest challenge we have right now. We are trying to work on solutions both at the federal level, at the state level, trying to find ways to really create a better scoring system for the Bay Area projects. And really, many times what it's coming down to is our cost of development, which we know is a challenge, but it is also, we don't believe that just because the cost of development is higher in the Bay Area does not mean it's not worth investing in affordable housing. It just doesn't make sense. And so we are working with them very actively to try and make change. So this is a place where we, would love to have your support as things come up. We'll let you know because we really need to kind of all work together to help tell our story at the state level. We've also have some bright spots that we think are really interesting, especially here at the local level and seeing what's happening on the ground. Within City Hall for affordable developments that have come forward. We have improved the approval timelines for affordable applications we've reduced the time by over 20%. And this is really a result of a few different factors. But one of them that has made a very significant change is the state laws that have both SB 35 and AB 2162 that actually allow a ministerial approval. And our team in planning has really gotten to develop expertise in this area and is really working with our developers to move these projects forward very quickly. And we found it to have a significant impact and really growing results. So this is a very positive point. Additionally, we have recently pulled a list of what prospective affordable housing developments are in the pipeline. And how we define that is by developers who have come down for a preliminary application. And we, as of today, have 7,700 affordable units that are prospective. This is a very large number, especially if you look at kind of where we are on all of our goals. This is just significant. And what we've found, we've taken a look at this list, and we've actually found that about a third of it is private developers who are interested in providing 80% to 120, which is really your moderate income housing. And so they're looking at trying this. We are very supportive and interested to figure out what financing tools they're going to be using and how they're going to put it together. But there's momentum. There's momentum towards that. And then the remaining is more of your traditional affordable housing with deeper affordability levels. So we're very interested in watching this pipeline and just really trying to understand how we can support it and keep them moving forward. Next slide. So we also have some recent accomplishments on our work plan that we wanted to highlight. So in February, the 1.5 acre rule was refined, and this allows 100% affordable projects on sites that are less than 1.5 acres to move forward outside of an urban village or growth area. And also in February, we passed an update to the inclusionary housing ordinance, which was a long time coming. And we have seen, ever since the passage of that ordinance, we've actually had many conversations with market rate developers who are interested in clustering and making affordable housing work within their development somehow, some way. And so we really feel like this has opened up a new conversation within our city as well. And then finally, in March, the council also adopted changes to give parks credit to moderate income units that are also another tier of affordability that we're really trying to support in our city. Next slide. So we also wanted to highlight a few of our ongoing work plan items that we're working on right now, and you can expect to hear a little bit more coming soon. And first is a commercial linkage fee. The commercial linkage fee was passed by City Council last fall, and our team has been working on trying to implement this, and there have been some issues that have come up that we want to really try and work through, which include the timing of the payment of the commercial linkage fee, also how we record the obligation and make sure we have the appropriate documents, and also trying to define credits for various priorities where the City Council provided us direction. And so we're trying to work through all of that in our guidelines. We're planning to return in the fall with guidelines and most likely also updates to the ordinance itself. So that is coming soon. And then finally, we're also working on the affordable housing siting policy, which we expect to be brought forward to City Council at the end of August. And this will it will help guide decisions related to the location of new affordable housing developments that are funded by our city. And the intention of this policy is to help our city affirmatively further fair housing, which is consistent with both federal and state fair housing laws, and will help provide housing choice across our city to people of all income levels. Next slide.
Thank you, Rachel. So a couple highlights of some other ongoing work items. Of course, I think you're all familiar with North San Jose. And North San Jose really has two components. The first component is to retire the existing North San Jose policy. And we've engaged a consultant to do the traffic analysis necessary for that work. We've had 2 community meetings to discuss the general plan and zoning changes that are needed to do that. And we are ready to move forward once we have resolution with the city of Santa Clara on the settlement agreement. The second part of North San Jose is to propose additional general plan and zoning code amendments to allow the full build out of the 32,000 housing units in North San Jose. That work is going to be conducted as a phase 2 as part of the housing element update work. Another ongoing work item that we have is the San Jose Housing Site Explorer. This is a spatial tool that integrates data from our general plan and our zoning code and our city policies that enables developers to go spatially and look for sites in San Jose upon which they could build housing. We are continuing to refine this tool and do outreach to the development community just to make them aware that it is available. An example of a situation where a developer could use this tool is finding a site that is consistent with, that meets the criteria of the 1.5 acre rule. Next slide. So there's 2 more items I'm going to highlight that have been added to our housing crisis work program. The big one is, of course, the housing element update, which is a requirement of state law. We are entering our 6th regional housing needs allocation cycle, which goes from 2022 to 2030. As part of that process, we need to update our housing element and plan for up to slightly more than 62,000 housing units. The website has been launched on this, and we're going to begin our outreach in September of 2021. We're having our first community meeting in September of 2021. We'll be reaching out, actually, the council help us to promote that meeting. Related to the housing element is an assessment of fair housing, which is required by state law. So this is, of course, a big part of our housing element. It's been led by housing, but we're integrating it into our housing element process and working collaboratively with housing planning and housing together. And so staff will be creating strategies with other city departments, VTA, and the Santa Clara County Board of Education to further fair housing. And we'll be conducting outreach in the summer and fall of 2021 that will dig deeper and reaching out to more difficult and harder to reach communities. And we'll be bringing these back to the Council CED and NSC committee in February for some preliminary sort of findings. Next slide. And that concludes our presentation, and we're available for questions.
All right, so we'll go to public comments.
Paul Soto?
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. I'd like to bring something to the council's attention. From 2015 till March, when that report came out, okay, San Jose met 95% to 120% of market rate housing goals year after year, from 2015 to 2021. San Jose met 95, 97 through 120% of market rate housing. At the same time, at the same exact time rate of affordable ELI, VLI, San Jose never broke 25% of housing goals year after year after year. Also, when that non-disclosure agreement became public record, and somebody snitched, and now we know about it, there was a 7% jump in equity in the most redlined areas in this city. Willow Glen and Rose Garden property values went up 7% just on the news that Google was going to show up. 7%. And so this is, I mean, I only got 2 minutes, so I can't go any further than this, but I'm laying this out there in the hopes that somebody will catch where I'm coming from and move on it. I really want to thank you, Councilwoman Esparza, for your advocacy on the previous item. I believe, I mean, you just if I was there, I would have said the exact same thing. And
Blair Beacon?
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Yeah, thank you. I thought Councilperson Esparza's words were really interesting and made for interesting questions as well. To speak on public, on the future of affordable housing ideas and such, to simply pass along and to try to make clear this time, it is my understanding that county eviction moratoriums can supersede California state law and may actually last 90 days after the date of December 31st, 2021. That would be March 2022. Housing Director Jackie Morales-Brand in San Jose City Government is trying to make sure local tenants will not be sued after certain parts of the state of California eviction moratorium expires in September 30, 2021. A reminder that apartment landowners should be mostly guaranteed their money through newly formed California state subsidy programs. Please consider how this can help community and neighborhood peace and harmony, and that people will not get hurt. A thank you to how San Jose City Government can define good housing rights and legal precedents for the local level at this time, and a reminder, if we don't have good local choices so tenants do not have to be sued after September 30th, we can call a special council meeting at the time, and that city government and city council has the power to create emergency measures to possibly bypass this portion of the California state moratorium law. And to give an example of new large federal and state subsidy programs meant for the future of local Bay Area communities, for decades now, only 1 in 3 homeless in transitional housing can afford to move into permanent housing. New large subsidy programs can now pay for permanent housing most homeless could not afford in the past. Money is not everything, but this program may be a game changer. These sorts of programs need to be focused and responsible and not simply used as tools for the real estate industry. Thank you.
Sean Peterson?
Hi, yes. Good afternoon. My name is Sean Peterson. I'm the CEO of San Jose Behavioral Health. We are an 80-bed LPS designated acute psychiatric hospital down here in District 2, located right next to the Coyote Creek bike path. I really appreciate the work on the housing crisis, but I am here to ask today for some immediate assistance in relocating and providing a better housing option for a large group of homeless individuals who set up a sizable encampment here at the end of Eden Park Place. In this encampment, they have no less than 10 barbecues, and it's right next to the bike path where the grass is very dry. There's a lot of timber, and this is about 100 yards from the back of the hospital property. If a fire were to break out, the risk for that spreading towards the hospital would be very fast, and would present a huge risk to our patients and our staff. Not only would this, have a potential for patient safety, but it also would impact, ongoing mental health services here in the county. I know that Councilmember Jimenez has been working really hard on getting a relationship or a contract to open up the VTA lot nearby, and I'm here to ask that we consider moving these folks to that area in order to provide for a safer, to protect the critical infrastructure that our hospital serves here in the community, particularly as we are the only adolescent inpatient mental health beds here in Santa Clara County, and we know those are in very high demand. So I appreciate your support, and I have a high degree of empathy for these individuals, but I am asking for your assistance in making sure that we can reduce this fire risk.
Matthew Reed.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Matthew Reed, Silicon Valley at home. Like to acknowledge really important work that staff in this council has done over the past years. It's really important to reflect on successes. We'd also like to point out that we're falling significantly short, particularly on our affordable goals. And while there are state barriers, and staff and particularly the mayor's office have provided important leadership statewide, there's more to be done locally. We remember that the housing crisis grew in severity as we recovered from the Great Recession, and there needs to be a real clear sense of urgency and lessons from the pandemic that housing instability is overwhelmingly concentrated in very low and extremely low income communities of color in the city, and we need to do better. I want to draw attention to 4 points that we outlined in our letter. Number one, as the North San Jose plan is retired, we can't afford to forget that there's a requirement of 20% affordable in North San Jose. This has been central to the direction the council has given to staff, and we can't afford to move forward too far with these policies without addressing how we're going to get to that 20%. Just drawing your attention in the fall, recommendations from the general plan 4-year review task force will be coming back. Will include recommendations on addressing commercial requirements and affordable development. We believe that the commercial linkage fee is an active policy that when you all took this up, we were in the midst of the pandemic, and we think we can do better going forward. And finally, we want to acknowledge that a critical point in the housing crisis work plan is to advocate for state legislation that supports housing development, that San Jose has been a leader, neighboring cities have been resistant, and we need to continue to play that role in the state. Thank you.
Caller 4963.
Yes, hi, Martha O'Connell. I would like to take this opportunity to remind the council that the Housing and Community Development Commission voted to oppose clustering of affordable housing. Clustering is a grotesque continuation of redlining. As a child living with my mom and my 2 sisters, we needed that type of affordable housing. I well remember moving out in the middle of the night on more than one occasion because we couldn't afford to pay the rent. I would have been humiliated to have everyone know that my family needed affordable housing and we were sectioned off into a special part of the housing development. That sectioning off would have said to me as a child, and says to kids today, you're poor, you're less than, your family is less than. Neighborhoods should be inclusive, housing should be inclusive. Don't shove the poor into separate buildings using the term clustering. Thank you.
Felicia Gershberg.
Hi, yeah, I'm Felicia Gershberg, co-lead of Together We Will San Jose and a volunteer with URGE, the Unhoused Response Group. I want to thank the Housing Department for their work and the efforts to expand housing in San Jose in the long term. But I want to remind the Council of the urgency of the current situation and that more immediate action must be taken to house people who are currently unhoused and to prevent people losing their housing. When the URGE team is out on the streets and in the camps, they see more and more people, families, elderly, veterans, and other folks like you and me, in desperate need, hungry and living in abysmal conditions. While shelters are full and temporary programs are closing faster than new options are coming online. Advocates, service providers, and members of the unhoused community know what works and what they need, and that's immediate housing along with support services to help folks get stabilized so they can stay housed. It's time for the city to really listen to the people who know what works and provide the help that people need right now. Thank you.
We have two more hands up. Caller 6910.
This is Sean with Unhoused Response Group, Alicia stole all my comments. So I'll just go with the fly. We keep doing the same thing with the same results. There was a meth death spike 300% between 2011 and 2013, and nothing really happened. There was no alert. And now we are getting alerts about fentanyl use. And nobody's saying that everyone's dying, but we know it on the street because everyone keeps saying, all my friends are dying. Everywhere we go in every part of the city, and we need to address that in meaningful ways. There's a soaring death rate, and there's always, every year there's a soaring death rate, and nothing's changing about that. Every year, every time we go into a camp, we're like, who are these people? Because there's always new people, and it's only gotten worse during COVID. You can only talk about the tiny homes and other quick things, but by the time you're done, has it really lowered the death rate? Has it really lowered the homelessness death rate or the homeless rate at all? It's not, because it keeps going up and up and up. And where's all the stimulus money? We keep hearing about massive amounts of money that's coming to California between Biden and Newsom, but it always seems that Oakland and San Francisco and LA get the lion's share of the money. These 7,700 units, they sound great, but those are years down the line. And you say that they're affordable, but affordable is always in the eye of the beholder. We've got people out there that are being thrown out of the sure stay because they can't afford the money that they're being forced to pay, which is $627 a month. When you only make $900 a month, that's like almost your entire income. We need solutions that are right now that will change the lives of the people who are living and dying on the streets right now. One of the best changes that we can make is ensure that Maya doesn't get reelected. That's the best for all the staff and the advocates and the unhoused people.
The final speaker is caller 5140.
Yeah, I'd like to know who gets this low-income housing and, better yet, opportunity housing. There's always a finite amount of it, and there's always a lot of money being thrown around and a lot of promises. But ultimately, who gets to choose the applicants? I'm curious how connected you have to be to get these things, especially opportunity housing. And even low-income housing, you know, someone's got a niece, a nephew, a godchild, another relative, a good friend who's down on their luck. And someone within this system, I don't know who it could be within the city or the county, whoever is choosing these applicants really gets to play God. And I'm wondering how all that works. Something tells me it's a little shady with so much money being thrown around. I know, even when you get into the federal level with HUD and everything, there's all this money going back and forth. It's really, really shady. And to think that the taxpayers have to keep subsidizing housing to make the politicians look good is a bit odd to me. And there's a lot of people who are just barely hanging on because they've got high property taxes, high insurance, high house payment. I mean, there's people who are very close to being homeless, and then all of a sudden this city council wants to squeeze those people even more. It's really disgusting. I really think that it's not ever going to be solved, because once, there's word around the homeless campfire someplace else, and they hear that there's a possibility that there could be more benefits, they're just going to move here. So that's why everybody keeps coming, because there's a lot of promises out.
Back to council.
Thank you, Tony. Councilmember Mahan.
Thanks, Mayor. And, Rachel, Jared, and Michael, thank you for your status report, for the update. And thank you, Mayor, for putting an emphasis on housing production with the big goal of 25,000 units by 2023. I think we probably all agree that building a lot more housing is the only way out of this crisis. When I saw the work plan and all the materials in CD, and then again in preparation for this meeting, on the one hand, the 43 strategies all looked good, and I really appreciate the incredible amount of work that staff is doing. But the list raised a little bit of a red flag for me, in that it was really unclear to me how strategic this plan was. And I think we're all, obviously, everyone here is acting with a great sense of urgency and desire to solve this problem. But the red flag for me was in seeing a list of 43 strategies without an estimate of the expected impact of each strategy. And I think we understand the big goal. We've got in the presentation here the housing production dashboard, which is what this is all about. But I didn't see the connective tissue between what assumptions we're making between the strategies and the ultimate goal of production. And so I put forward a memo that attempts to articulate how we might, when we come back in 6 months and look at this work plan again, get better alignment around what we're prioritizing and why, and what we expect to come from it. And I think it could be great learning for us as a city, for the council, for staff, for our residents. So what I'm suggesting is that for every strategy that we prioritize and invest staff time and other public resources in, I think we ought to identify a metric or multiple metrics that are a proxy for success, that tell us what does successful implementation of this strategy look like? What is our assumption? If we implement strategy A, we've got 43 on the list, I'm sure we can come up with 143, but as we implement a given strategy, what do we expect to happen? How do we measure success? And I fully appreciate, I had some conversations prior to today's meeting with city staff, fully appreciate that we can't always draw a direct line between implementing a strategy and producing more units. If we could, we would have implemented that strategy years ago and we would have produced the units. So it's a complex system. It's a complicated market. We don't have control over all the variables. But if we implement a strategy and say, well, we think this strategy is going to reduce the average wait time for inspections, or we implement this strategy, we think it's going to increase the number of applications, or if we implement this strategy, we think we'll get more on-site affordable housing. Whatever the success metric is, without that being explicit up front, it's hard for me to understand how we are prioritizing the highest leverage strategies. And those really ought to be the ones that give us the most impact for the least amount of staff time. And it's hard for me to understand how we are learning over time and getting smarter as a city at actually solving this really complicated problem. So that's not meant to be I'm saying it with passion because I share the sense of urgency of many of our public speakers. It's really not meant to be a critique of anything staff is doing, but I would hope that as we come back to this work plan, that rather than be an undifferentiated list of 43 strategies that we're just kind of plodding through or plowing through, that we actually have a conversation with the council about what are our expectations. Which of these strategies do we think are actually going to move the needle and why? And then what did we learn when we implemented it? We might implement one and say, well, we did it and it didn't reduce inspections times at all. It did not increase the number of applications. It didn't do what we thought. That's a win too. I mean, from my experience, at least in the startup world, every time we try something and it fails, great, we've learned something. We can say, wow, we tried it, it didn't have the intended impact. let's not spend more time there. Maybe that set of strategies is less productive. Let's go over here. So I just, at a high level, from kind of a, pattern matching from the experience I've had with implementing strategic plans, it concerns me that the strategies are a list of 43 without a sense of how we measure success, what we expect to happen, and what we've learned from the many strategies that we've implemented. So that's, I'll get off my soapbox on that, but that is kind of a summary of what my memo attempts to outline. So I want to hear what my colleagues have to say. I am going to go ahead and move the memo I put forward along with the mayor's memo, which I appreciated, and I'm sure he'll want to speak to. My memo includes accepting the report and staff's recommendation, which again, I really appreciate all the incredible work that's being done, and in no way mean to imply that I think staff's efforts are misdirected, but simply that I'd like us to have a healthier back and forth between council and staff over how we think we're going to move the needle on this really, really difficult challenge. So thank you again for the report.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Ross.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I think since the mayor set us out on this goal, this is one of the best things to come of it, is really being able to consolidate all of our efforts into this work plan, and then being able to take a look at what we're doing, what's successful, and how we're moving along. Unfortunately, it is sobering, right, as you see the data. And most specifically, I think, and we've known this, it's not like it's a shock to us, but when you see the staggering difference between the affordable housing totals, and let's remember that that's the spectrum of affordability, but the affordable housing totals and then the market rate. And I think let's initially set aside what's been approved or permitted and maybe not yet broken ground, which is another challenge, and I appreciate the mayor's memo on that, trying to determine how we can help with that. But just the overall totals and looking at our market rate and more or less hitting that 15,000 unit goal, and being extremely far off with the affordable goal. And I would agree with Public Speaker Sean Cartwright in regards to the 7,700, which, if that's the case, right, we can get there to that 10,000, but being in the pipeline, as we know, you could sit there for years, and who knows what that looks like. We have another challenge even after you make it out of the pipeline, which is this challenge that the mayor is bringing up on the planning approval, where you have approved projects and they're yet to break ground. And I'll ask for a couple friendly amendments, but number one would be for the mayor's memo to ensure that we're giving a priority on the affordable units maybe first. There may be the same issues, but there may be different on the affordable and the market rate. But I think that because we're seeing such less production on the affordable development and seeing 1,600 that are approved, where you have that being half of the overall total there is really, really significant. Whereas on the other hand, it's not that the 6,000 plus is insignificant on market rate, but considering we've got the more or less the 15,000 and that 6,000 there, I think is a little bit less concerning to me. My hope would be that we can find out, regardless, what the issues are on both ends, and I'll ask a couple questions on how we might be able to staff that work and do that in a moment. But it is just sobering, and I think we recognize that it is a crisis, and that's why we're calling it so. And quite frankly, we obviously haven't figured out exactly how we are going to get ourselves out of this, because even if we were to hit the goals, and let's say it's not the entitled or under construction, but it's actually completed, the 25,000 units in the breakdown that we tend to have with market and affordable, it's still not going to make, I think, a big enough dent And so we're well off from where we need to be. It was an ambitious goal. We knew that. And based on the trajectory, we're not going to hit it. And so I think that we need to take a deeper dive on seeing how we do so. And with that, I'll actually speak a little bit to Councilmember Mahan's motion in his memo. I will say, I actually think it was a critique, but I think it was an honest critique, and I think that's fine, because I actually agree with, I think, the sentiment of there being a lot of value to looking at this laundry list and seeing, is there something that can be a little bit more bang for our buck? And we may not know that on all those items, but I agree with the sentiment there. I have a question, though. I'm considering, because obviously this is a fairly recent memo, and so has staff had an opportunity to consider how you would do that? It's now within the motion. So how you would do that? What kind of staff time would that take? Are we talking about more staff? You know, would we need to allocate funding for that? None of that has been considered, as right traditionally is, and so I'd like to give staff an opportunity to speak to that.
Yeah, sure. So, you know, just to start off, I think, you know, when the Housing Crisis Work Plan was first proposed in 2018, the formulation of the strategies was ranked, you know, based on highest impact, and the work items with kind of the lowest impact were kind of set as to be initiated. And I think as we've gone through, you know, iterations of the work plan and working through those items, I think internally we sort of, you know, started those items or initiated those items that we thought would have, you know, kind of the highest impact. But I think, you know, where we could improve is maybe being a little bit more, you know, kind of showing our work in terms of how we're doing that and ranking that. So I think it's something that we can accommodate. I think where some of the challenge might be is, and I think that council member alluded to this, is in terms of how exactly we're measuring. If we're really trying to get into metrics, sometimes it can be a little bit challenging on some of these. But I think it would be good to kind of think about that, and I think we could work it into a future housing crisis work plan and update.
Sorry, yeah, I'm looking at the attachment A here, and I guess, you know, it could be more complex, but I'm thinking it could be as simple as adding a column that ranks, right, and shows some prioritization. Now, you can go more in depth maybe in that to try to provide some explanation, but it's helpful, and as I didn't recall, but it's helpful to hear that staff did that, right, as we first rolled this out, and that's why when we look at these completed items, those are all items that you felt, hey, these are more bang for our buck or higher priority, and so let's get to working on those. And then now we have a number of items that are, you know, work either underway or coming up, and I would agree. Would that is kind of what you're looking for, Councilmember Mahan, in your motion, more or less what was sort of just described, or something different or more thorough?
Yeah, just to respond to that, you know, it isn't just about the forward prioritization of work. I think that's an important conversation for us to have regularly, where we sit down as a group in front of the entire community and say, which strategies are we prioritizing and why? That's important. I also think there's learning. We've implemented a bunch of these, and if we don't set out front, here's our expected impact of implementing this strategy, and then measure what happened with whatever proxy we can use, whatever metric, whatever thing is measurable that's as close to the end impact as we want, I find it hard to believe that we're going to learn and make better decisions in the future. So it's both the retrospective as well as the prospective planning that, to me, justifies articulating in these public documents in front of the full council and city what is the expected impact of a given strategy. So does that clarify? I mean, that's why my memo is a little more robust than just adding a column. I think it may look like a column in implementation, but it's both retrospective and prospective. Okay, so considering that, it sounded a little different, Jaron, than what you were saying and how we prioritize. It sounds like, as Councilmember Mahan is stating, looking back retrospectively on now these items maybe that we've completed, we had deemed them priorities. What does that look like for staff to then come back to us and say, yeah, look, we think these were successful, or we obviously didn't set out
at least not publicly, the way that Councilmember Mahan's describing these metrics and stuff. So we don't necessarily have that as a base to match it up to. This is a new suggestion moving forward, so maybe a little bit more challenging there. But what does that look like for the retrospective look on these completed items?
I think that we could take a look at those past completed items and maybe in future analysis just kind of have a discussion about what went well, what didn't go well, and what the current at that time what the impact has been up to that point. I think that that's possible to do as kind of a high level discussion in a staff report in terms of analysis.
Okay, and I it sounds like then what you're describing is doable. It doesn't require any sort of other allocation of resources or staff, and it does what staff's describing, Councilmember Mahan, I guess, match up with what you believe your motion is?
Yeah, I think so. And the intent is certainly not to say for all the completed items. I don't want to derail staff and send you off for months. I think as Councilmember Perales is probably getting at here, it would not be a good use of city resources to spend months going back and trying to analyze everything we've ever done. So I think a higher level analysis of what's worked, what hasn't is perfectly acceptable. I just believe that at least going forward, we should, for both prioritization and retrospective learning, we should not be signing off on strategies as a council, in my opinion, on something this important without some upfront joint expectation of what we believe the impact will be. Even if we end up turning out to be wrong later, that's perfectly fine. That's how we learn.
Great. Yeah, no, and again, I appreciate the ask there, because I agree. I think it's very valuable. The mayor's memo, which is included in the motion, as I mentioned already, I agree with as well.
Councilman Cross, I'm going to stop you for a moment because you keep referring to a motion, and I think I screwed up because I don't think I gave anyone a chance to actually make the motion in a second.
There was no second?
Yeah, so
I think I moved and then I failed to stop for a second, so it's probably my fault.
I'll second it.
Okay, so the motion was to include the two memos in the staff report, and that has been seconded. Okay, thank you, Councilman.
Yeah. So, Mayor, as I had mentioned earlier, just an interest in my part in prioritizing and separating the two, segregating the affordable and the market rate. I think there may be different challenges, and so just an interest in, if staff had to, prioritize that affordable.
Yeah, I'm fine prioritizing the affordable, certainly.
Okay, thank you.
And we're in constant communication with these developers, so that's why I suggested our office could be helpful.
Got it. Okay. So lastly, and this will be another friendly amendment. I see I got about 2 minutes. So this is just in regards to trying to see if we can give council some flexibility in regards to our new VMT policy. And so I had some questions in regards to the housing production. And I believe we do have some DOT staff here. And
yeah, Jessica's on, is
Jessica's
virtual.
On. Okay,
yeah.
Great. Thank you. Hopefully she's on with us here. So, so for me, I'm interested if she could share on some of the changes on that policy that are being discussed right now. And considering the lack of time that I have here, I'll explain the interest as well. So for me, this is a newer policy, and I understand we are actually looking at doing some updates or some changes to it. And for me, I would be interested in having opportunities of flexibility for council to take a look at areas that would potentially be deemed, high VMT and off limits, but could we have some more discretion? In my understanding, and I'll let Jessica explain, would be that there is some opportunity coming up where we're looking at updating that policy anyway, so this wouldn't necessarily be off base. And so the friendly amendment that I'll ask, and then I'll let Jessica respond, Councilor Mahan, would be that if we can ask our staff to return to CED in a few months with an update on VMT in regards to residential development production, and that we explore an update to the policy that would allow for council discretion on projects that have mitigable VMT impacts. So that'll be the friendly, but I'll let Jessica respond first with maybe some of what DOT is already doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Jessica Saint, Deputy Director for DOT, and Ramses Madhu, Division Manager, is also here. In short, we made a commitment since the policy 5-1 was a new policy and a big change for the city to make sure we were looking at how well it was working. And so that's essentially the update process that we're preparing for at this point, just to make sure that we're happy with how it's working, and to change the things that we're not happy with, whether that's the CEQA component that is about vehicle miles traveled, or how other components like the local transportation analysis are working. And so in short, I think we're happy to bring back to City Council how that would interplay and continues to interplay with the housing crisis work plan, and making sure that we can show the pros and cons of that type of policy choice for your decision making.
And I'm happy to restate the
specifics. Ramses Madhu, Division Manager, DOT. We're looking at some specific changes to the policy already that would lower the bar. Currently, that's in effect blocking housing development through that policy in lots of the mitigable areas, kind of famous red areas in the VMT map that a lot of you know. In particular, we're looking at lowering the affordable housing limits on which at which point projects could go forward, and so right now they're at roughly 100%, right? So it's it's kind of all units except for the management unit as the limit it is at now, and we all know that a lot of developments can't do that. So we're looking at things like 30% affordable units, things like that. But we'll certainly be looking at more ideas and be discussing with the housing department, as well as any ideas that come from the council offices as to what are the right ways to balance trying to continue to drive development to the more transit-rich areas and dense areas of the city, while also trying to help kind of spread the density across the city, and not have this policy kind of stand in the way of meeting these other policy needs.
Sorry, thank you. And I can restate what the amendment would be, Councilor Mann, since I rushed through at the end there. So the request is going to be that staff, and based on what staff was just saying there, the work that they're already doing, that they come back to CED this fall. So I'm giving them flexibility in regards to the timeline there, with an update on VMT in regards to residential development production, and exploring updates to the policy that would allow council discretion on some of these projects that we see with immitigable VMT impacts.
Thanks for summarizing. Certainly fine with having that conversation at CD. My understanding is that's already in the work plan. Do we need to add that to the motion?
I don't believe it was specific, so that's why I wanted to add it. And even if it's redundant, it would make me feel better.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Thanks, that's it, Mayor.
Those amendments are accepted.
I don't think it is in the work plan.
I'm sorry?
Well, Jessica confirmed, but I don't think VMT is in the CED committee work plan, is it? Jessica, are you up there?
Yeah, Jessica is here, and it's one of the things that we took on at the beginning of the House's crisis work plan. And so, whether it's considered completed or not, we can revisit. I will add, for the benefit of the community who's listening at home, that the audio has gotten much worse in the last half hour. So if there's anything technically that can be done so that people can understand the conversation, just want to mention that.
Okay, thank you for that. Our crack team's working on it. Okay, just to follow up on the last point, Michael, given what we know, or Jessica or Ramses, given what we know, we think the data would clearly show that low-income residents would be more likely to use transit, less likely to have car ownership, or at least as many cars. There would seem to be a good basis for reducing VMT assumptions or allocations as to affordable units. Is that being done now, or are they regarded the same as market rate?
I can pass it over to Ramses and Jessica, but yes, so if you were an affordable housing project, just the data shows, and we account for that, you would generate a lower VMT than, for example, a market rate project. I don't know if you guys have any.
So our current models are already assuming that?
Correct.
Okay, all right, good. I just want to make sure that. That's great. Councilmember Esparza?
Yeah, just wanted to add, I'm happy to support the amended motion. I think it aligns with a lot of the discussions that are being had in ABAG in terms of balancing housing production needs and being open to that kind of discretion to still meet our numbers. So I'll be happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a question about, Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm wondering, what is the workload translate to? What does this look like? I mean, if we're trying to be effective and find effective strategies, but the analysis of the effective strategies take too long, what's the balance here?
I mean, I think we're comfortable with the recommendations on the table, and we can handle doing the work. We actually, as Jared alluded to, have already done some of that work, and I think it was in a previous, way back 3 years ago or 2 years ago, council memo. It's just that we haven't been transparent about it. And so we can do the assessment of, the items that we have, how much do we think they're going to generate in terms of housing numbers. And then adding on to that, we're comfortable with looking at our success and saying, gee, did this thing move the needle or not, and learning from that. So we're comfortable. I think we can handle that work. It should not be a problem.
Sure. I'm sure that within your own departments, you do strategic planning on an annual basis, and then you, throughout the year, probably take a look at that and see how effective that is, and then pivot if it isn't. So that's not the piece that I would be most concerned about. And I'm glad to hear that a lot of that is maybe just pulling some of the old information out that you've already done some of this analysis. I just don't want it to compete with the actual work. So I'll support the motion. I do think that it should be very limited. And if it's a matter of just adding another column on this page, as simple as that, or having you locate some of what you've already done and presenting it to council, I think that would be just as meaningful and not moving it any further. I don't know that we needed any complex system for this, rather than just making sure that we strategize. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen has a deteriorating connection, I'm told. So if you don't mind, Councilmember Foley, I'm going to go to him quickly and I'll come right back to you. Councilmember Cohen?
Yeah, I'm hoping you'll hear me. I'll try to be quick. I'm actually disconnected after I speak, so you'll be spared from the roll call vote after this. Just want to comment. I'll support this. Well, I would support the motion if I stayed on here to vote, which I won't. But for me, the important thing is not to spend a lot of time studying and putting metrics on what's working and what's not working, but for us to try to figure out how to put in place processes to streamline and expedite the production of housing. We know that we're not building enough housing, particularly affordable housing. So for me, I want staff to focus on figuring out how we streamline and get more housing into the production pipeline. And I want our council to think about how we use our discretion to get more housing production going, and think about how we are able to potentially think about how to reduce some of the requirements on how we zone property to allow for housing production in places where we may not have allowed housing production in the past. For me, getting affordable housing built should be our #1 priority, and we've fallen woefully short. So we should be having conversations about what it is that has stopped us from getting affordable housing built, what has slowed down the getting from step 1 to step 2, which is putting things in the pipeline and getting them to that point of actually permitting it, and figure out how to get projects built and then actually occupied. So rather than spending a lot of time studying past projects, let's figure out how to get new projects going. And then I hope that we'll get more projects in the pipeline in the future. But I am excited about what I'm hearing about some of the developers who are coming forward with ideas for future affordable housing projects. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. Thank you for the report too. We definitely are in a housing crisis, and we're seeing some production, but not as much production. I have a few questions for you. In the South Bascom urban village, there's not much residential capacity left, and so in affordable housing. So if a developer comes along and wants to build affordable housing, is there a workaround that a developer could utilize in order to build affordable housing in an urban village that already has the production reached its limit or is near its limit?
So there's two answers to that question. So yes, there's a workaround with SB 35 and AB 2162. If it's a ministerial project, those capacity limits do not apply. But secondarily, as part of the 4-year review process, we're recommending changes to the general plan, both the policy and the way we allocate capacity, that will provide more flexibility so that there wouldn't be a barrier to housing production, because one village only has, which is in some cases the case, like 45 units left. I can't remember the number in South Bascom, but it's getting pretty low. So we've already thought of that. We'll bring a strategy forward in October that's going to do some amendments to the general plan to address that issue as well.
So is that coming?
Yeah, it's part of the 4-year review process. It'll be a proposal.
Okay. I bring it up because there's a lot of affordable housing being proposed in District 9 on the South Bascom corridor. And the developer, we don't want to impede their ability to build affordable housing. That's what this crisis is all about, is getting more homes for people who are lower income to move into. And I appreciate that. Okay, I'll look for that workaround in October, and hopefully we can build more affordable housing. You know, in District 9, historically we haven't had a lot of affordable housing, but in the last year, I would say we have about 8 projects of about 800 units that are affordable, and all of them, or the majority of them, are using SB 35 and AB 2162 or 2152 to get it through. But that still requires community outreach, which is extremely important. So we do a lot of engagement and working with the developer to make sure that they mitigate any issues as it relates to residential, backing up to residential. So I'm very excited that we have so many projects coming into District 9, but some of them have been delayed because of they've reached the maximum in their particular urban village. Okay, thank you. Segueing to ADUs, I'm excited to see the production of ADUs. Certainly they were stalled a little bit. Well, actually, it doesn't look like they were stalled much in 2020, although they should have been, but they weren't, because people were looking for more space and how they could build. I'm looking at the ADU permits for spreadsheet that you gave, and that's great, but what would really be helpful to me if there's a total. I had to add all the numbers across, so if you could create one more column that says this is the grand total of the ADUs. And regarding ADUs, you know, we consider them, or I consider them, and we talk about them as being the low-hanging fruit for building affordable housing in our residential properties. But they're not really counted in our RHNA goals, are they?
Yeah, so well, they can be counted in your RHNA. Do you think it was half? Yeah.
So yeah, so I think what we're doing is taking that half of them would be affordable and half of them are market. So that we're making a general assumption, but the half can be counted towards our RHNA goals.
So I counted 1,222 ADUs. So half of those you're designating in the RHNA goals, and they are considered part of affordable production or affordable production numbers.
Yes, in the moderate income category.
Right. Okay. And why did we arrive at 50-50? Just a random throwing a dart at a dartboard?
I can look up the answer to that question.
Yeah, I know we've done surveys of them. Unfortunately, I can't speak to the details of that, but there has been survey work done about what the rent levels are, because we do have to demonstrate, I think, the HCD, that if you're going to say that they're affordable at some level, that you have to have some data behind that. So we can get back to you on that in terms of the details on that, but I know that the survey work has been done.
I'm just curious, as you know, sometimes I'm not sure if I just imagined this or if we really passed this, but it seemed like a couple of years ago, pre-pandemic, when we were talking about ADUs and pushing forth a policy on ADUs, that we came up with a plan for designating affordable housing, designating a carve-out for assisting construction of ADUs and forgiving the loan if they designated the property as affordable. Are we doing that? Did we approve that? Or did I just imagine that and that's something we should bring back? I'm thinking it happened in 2019.
Councilmember Foley, Rosalind Huey, Deputy City Manager.
Thank you.
I do recall the discussion, and I'm probably going to have to ask Jackie to augment my answer, but you're correct. We did consider a loan program for ADUs, and we were going to partner with the Housing Trust. However, we were not able to implement that program, and I know the Housing Department has probably tried to further discussions with other entities that might be interested in some type of loan program, but that was not, we were not able to implement that.
That's where it ended up. Okay, it was right. Thank you for recalling that, Rosalind, because I remember the discussion and I didn't know where it ended up. Anything we can do to pursue financial partners who might be able to assist us in that? Or is that, I'm cognizant of the work plan and the workload on the housing department, to Councilmember Arenas' point that I don't want to overburden staff any more than they already are, but is it a possibility that we could create more housing, affordable housing through ADUs through some sort of partnership?
So first of all, the reason I was delayed was because I just wanted to clarify our response to the past question on the ADUs, because you were asking whether we were counting ADUs as part of the housing element, which is different than what we're doing here. So here we're dividing them. But I just looked up our housing element report, and in it it stated that because we don't actually track the rents, we're not allowed to include the housing elements in the housing element, the ADUs, as part of our affordable count. So for our state report, we don't count them. For this exercise in looking at affordable housing production, we do count it because we do recognize that there are people who are actually housing lower income people in ADUs, we assume, but we have not done the required study in order to get it in as part of the housing element. And then paying attention now to the question about the housing trust and the loan program, there were modifications that we wanted to make towards the end of that program, and the housing trust didn't feel comfortable with the changes that we were wanting them to make. And so they had stepped back. Their director left. They have a new director now. Thank you to Vice Mayor. We do have a new position that's coming on board that is going to be working on moderate income strategies, and we will assign to that position this ADU project.
Thank you. Can you tell me what we wanted to include in the agreement with the Housing Trust and what they said no to?
If I could only remember, that was so long ago and before COVID.
Yeah, I know.
Really, I can't think of it, but I just remember them feeling very uncomfortable with the requests that we made at the very last minute.
Okay. Thank you, Jackie. No, don't go away, because this may be a question for you.
Okay.
So you mentioned that we haven't done the work to track the rent and count the rent in order to utilize it in our housing element goal.
We have to make sure that they're actually affordable people who can afford the rent that the actual ADU is charging. Yes.
Got it. So in order to do that, and I realize this adds another workload, and I'm not asking you to do that, but I'm just asking you to analyze what it would require on your staff time, you think, to track that.
Well, actually, according to the memo, the staff is working with the Santa Clara County Planning Collaborative to obtain results from an ADU affordability survey that's being conducted by UC Berkeley, sorry, Vice Mayor, and HCD for jurisdictions throughout the state, including San Jose. If those results are promising in terms of the initial survey that we are actually seeing rents that would allow us to count them, then we will do more work in that area.
Okay, thank you. So if we encouraged our intergovernmental relations, I guess I should have brought this up with them, to lobby our state government to designate ADUs as affordable by design, then whether we were tracking them or tracking the rents or not, if the state said ADUs are affordable by design, then we could count them. Is that, you think, would that be accurate?
I would just say that the state would have to make that determination.
Right.
And so, yeah, until that time, we will comply with their, the way they've laid it out.
Understand. So I'm wondering if, from our perspective, legislatively, we should work to lobby our state legislators to set policy that would allow us to count ADUs as affordable by design. And I realize that some are not being rented that some are rented at market rate. I understand that. Right. But a lot are not, too.
Right. So I think after we get the results of this study, we would have a better idea whether we think that that would be something we could support. Because we really do want to validate, yes, we believe that some of them are absolutely being rented at a reasonable, and I think this study will help us better understand how much of that stock is actually being rented. I mean, you would be very surprised how high rents are.
No,
and so we just want to make sure that the data validates our assumption and that we don't just assume incorrectly. And so I think we can find out the information we need to make that recommendation.
Okay, I do appreciate that, and I know a lot of ADUs are rented market rate and some are not because of the use and how they're used by family members and that sort of thing. But thank you. I really appreciate that, and I thank you for answering my questions about ADUs. One question about affordable housing funding and the SIDLAC funding. I know we're not competitive. Are we not competitive, or what? Maybe a couple questions. Are we not competitive because of the high cost of acquiring land for development? Is that one? No. Can you tell me why we are not competitive? Thank you. That would be my assumption, but that's not
okay.
correct.
No, it's a little broader than that.
Okay.
So first of all, I think it's just important to understand that in the past, the 4% bonds, which are a very frequently used path of affordable housing developers here in San Jose, prior to about 2 years ago, it was a non-competitive process. So we never had this conversation because basically you applied and you got it. And what's happened is it's oversubscribed. So they had to create a competitive process. And so the competitive process has a whole scoring component to it. And what happens is big stacks of projects end up with the same score. So basically the score is 120. Okay, so that's like the most common score. And so many of our projects end up with 120. And so if everyone in that category then automatically goes to a tiebreaker. The tiebreaker is determined just by the overall cost of the development, the whole thing, versus the number of units. So it's a very simple math problem, and it results in a very specific number so that you can actually take that entire stack and organize them by the result of that. You just put them in order. So what's happening is that the overall cost of construction is what is our challenge. So land cost, and again, in our studies of cost of development, land cost is a slice, but it is really not even close to the majority of the cost that goes into building affordable housing. So it's more about the entire cost, and that is where we are just not as competitive as other geographies within the state of California.
Okay. And I don't think there's much we can do about that because we have a high cost of housing that results in a high cost of construction costs related to the workers, related to insurance, you know, CEQA, the whole process is expensive. Okay, thank you. And I'm not looking for any changes as it relates to that. I'm just trying to understand that a little bit. Rachel, you also mentioned that we are reducing the time that it takes to get approvals, and for developers, time is money, and time, it's not just money, it's the access to the funds that may be limited. So if they're looking for tax breaks or other things, or tax incentives, it's all money, or it's all time related. So when you say 20%, can you equate that into time and hours, days, whatever for me?
Absolutely. So what we did to get that number is we took a look at a whole period of about like 8 years of processing affordable housing developments before we had SB 35 and AB 2162. And so if you took a look at that time period, it was about the average, which is, you know, a broad number, was about 11 months that it took from application until the permit was issued. So, or fully entitled. So that was the period. So then what we did is we took a look at after this period, how long has it taken for affordable housing developments? And what we've seen is, again, the average during the more recent period has come down to 9 months.
Okay.
Which is, again, for these developments is significantly different. And there is variation within that number. That's an average. But we have just seen, again, as these ministerial processes have been repeated several more times, and as our developers understand the process better and kind of understand what it takes for them to kind of come in with an application that is ready to be approved on both sides, I think there is like learning happening that has also helped to just bring that number down to a 9-month average.
Great.
And we also have, thanks to a grant from Destination Home, which you'll be seeing, I think later this month, an extension of that grant. We have a position that's dedicated to extremely low-income housing projects, which generally are AB 3194 projects, not always, but I think generally. And so that we have a staff person that's become an expert on this stuff, and the developers are getting more up to speed, and when they're not, a planner can actually really help them through the process. So that's another part of the success story.
Great, that's really good to hear. Thank you. Well, I really appreciate the report, and ultimately I appreciate or hope that we can get more permits approved and build more housing and for affordable housing, but market rate also helps affordable housing as well, because people move from affordable housing or apartments into market rate housing if and when they can. So I'm happy to support the motion. I will just make one statement regarding that, is that I think sometimes we can overanalyze data, and the historical look back is not as important as the look forward and how we can accomplish these goals. I agree with Councilmember Cohen. We need to look at how we can streamline the process as much and as often as possible, but I'm happy to support the motion and the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mahan?
Thanks, Mayor. I'll try to be brief. I don't want to prolong this too much longer. I do, I want to push back a bit on the notion that this is just about adding a column to a report. or that this is simply a reporting matter. This is not about analysis paralysis for me. We have all agreed here that we're 3 years into a 5-year plan, and we are not achieving the goal. We are behind schedule. We're not where we want to be. So what that raises for me is, well, we've implemented 15 of these strategies. Are they working as well as we'd hoped? We've got 28 more on the list. Why are they in the order they're in? I don't see one thing in here in attachment A that indicates what we expect to happen as a result of any of the 28 remaining strategies. So to me, it feels actually irresponsible of us as a council to sign off on the next 28 in this order without some discussion of what we expect to happen. I would like to be able to go through these and say, okay, number 18, number 19, why is that in that order? What do we expect to happen? And it's got to pass the sniff test, in my opinion, before we can all sign off and say, great, that's the strategy. Let's go spend the next 2 years implementing the next 28 of these. Because the first 15 didn't get us where we wanted to be. Some of that may be outside of our control. As I said at the beginning, it's a complex housing market. We do not control even most of the variables. But I'm really concerned about the notion that some of my colleagues seem to think that I'm just asking for a column in a report. That's not helpful. The goal here is to have a more robust conversation as a council about why are these strategies in this order? Do we still believe in them? Are these still the most impactful strategies we can prioritize and devote our resources to impact this crisis? And if everybody here has read through these and think the next 28 are the right ones in the right order, great, but that isn't the conversation we just had today. I think in part because the materials today do not reflect a strategic analysis of why these are here in this order and what we expect the impact will be. That's what I'm pointing to. So I'm talking about the quality of the decision making, not adding a few numbers to make us feel better. So I want to emphasize that. To me, it's a very, very important distinction. That being said, to be sensitive to the concern about overburdening staff with analysis paralysis, I'm very open to something like a high, medium, low, and create some thresholds, or whatever simplifies it. The goal is not to create an onerous reporting requirement. It is to facilitate a better conversation amongst the council around the next 28 strategies in the work plan, and whether or not we're all in agreement that we're actually prioritizing the strategies that are going to move the needle. And that staff is continually, every 6 months, saying, here's what we learned, and here's our rationale. Here's why these are in this order. The last thing I want is for staff to be disempowered and be on a 5-year death march through 43 strategies because we made that list a few years ago, right? And we're not having a conversation today about, are these the right ones in the right order? And do we still believe, does staff believe these are the right ones that are going to move the needle? Or are we just going through the checklist? So that's the distinction I'm trying to make here. I think it's about the quality of the decisions we're making. It's not about putting more reporting requirements on staff. I just want to make that really clear. So let me just ask staff, does creating some thresholds, high, medium, low, does that kind of flexibility, is that helpful?
Yeah, no, I think that's something that we can do within the context of the work plan.
Okay. And are you here? I may not be articulating myself well. Are you hearing what I'm saying is about helping us have a more robust conversation about the next 28 strategies and what we think is going to work, not about putting more reporting requirements on you? Does that distinction make sense?
Yeah, I think it does. I do think, just to also articulate, I mean, there are a lot of variables outside of our control, in that process. So just having understanding of that, and then what metrics we put out, that sometimes those things the outcomes aren't always what is anticipated at that time because of other variables that happen. So
totally. And you probably can't say this strategy is going to produce 1,000 more units, but you might say we think it might give us a 20% increase in permits that are permit applications, or it might reduce inspection times by 50%. That would be great for us to know if that's the intent of a given strategy. Okay, I think I've said my piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Carrasco.
I'm pulling Councilmember Arenas' deal with this.
We're all going to do it. We're all going to do it before the end of the month.
It's a great conversation, and I thank staff for all of the work that you're doing. This is the challenge of our times. I have a question specifically on the ADUs, although Councilmember Foley asked many of the questions that I was already thinking about, and I've been going back and forth with our new planning director and staff to really ascertain the different costs involved in the ADUs, because just as when it first came to council and we were working on the policies, I'm still trying to wrap my head around the final cost of building an ADU and what the incentive would be for a family to build it. On the website of the planning and code enforcement, it says somewhere there, I can't pull it up right now, but it says that it's approximately $200,000, which is kind of what I remember from the very beginning. Where can I get a breakdown of those fees, the permit costs, minus the construction, because I get the construction is a big piece of it, but I want to know what we have control over. I want to understand what the cost is for folks to just show up to City Hall and have an interest in building an ADU or converting a garage.
Yeah, we've been talking about that. We'll have to dig deeper. We're not finding a sort of a detailed breakdown of what all the costs are. So we just have to dig to see what we can
So
find.
how are we making that kind of a statement that it's going to cost about $250,000 if we don't know where the costs are coming from?
Yeah, I think so. We'll have to follow up. I think what we're hearing that is from the development community, people that actually build them. That's what they're telling us that it costs.
Okay, so again, I don't want to know what the construction cost is because I get it, depending on who you go.
So that's total cost.
Yeah, I understand. I want to know what, on behalf of the city, is contributing to that $250,000. I want to understand what the permit fees are, and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, so when we started this work a couple years ago and we were working with the Housing Trust, we collected all of these fees. And so there was legislation that actually the state passed that said you couldn't add some impact fees to ADUs anymore. And so we don't charge those anymore, but we can certainly get you the list of different fees because we have done that work and the Housing Trust has done that work as well.
That would be fantastic. When do you think I could get that?
It's Tuesday. We'll try to get you something this week.
This week?
By Friday.
Okay, and I'm not sure if the other council members want to look at it, but my concern is that that we're trying to incentivize, and I don't know if this will be part of our RENA goals, if this will qualify. I don't know if truly this is affordable by design, and I don't know what rent is being charged at for these the ADUs or the conversion. What I'm trying to get at is if we're going to actually consider this affordable housing, then we want to incentivize. But if the cost of $250,000, I mean, we can do simple math. What the loan costs, and we have some realtors or people with real estate experience here, they can do the math over the next 10 years, what a construction loan is going to cost them, or an equity loan, and how many months it's going to take to recover that based on affordable housing rental rates. That would not be an incentive for me. It would take me maybe 12 years to recover that initial cost.
Yes, I mean, we actually did a study with Stanford students to find out like what was the biggest barrier to families actually participating in an ADU program, and it was the cost. I mean, people thought it's a little unit. How much could a little teeny tiny unit cost in my backyard? And so I think people were thinking 100, 125. So I think the $200,000 price tag turns out to be something that is much higher than what people anticipate and what they expect the ADU to cost.
So this is still 100, 125 is shocking to me. Mm-hmm. And I just went recently to Los Angeles, and I met with a couple of folks that are actually building these, and they're costing them under $100,000 to build a detached ADU from the house. So I just don't understand how the difference between one city and the other, especially Los Angeles, because I know that it's a very mixed community.
Yes, well, that's that same question that Rachel was referring to, the challenge between being in the Bay Area and being in Southern California. We are losing when it comes to Southern California, and that's why we're losing on the tax credit side, because their cost to construct is so much lower than the cost to construct in the Bay Area. So it's not surprising that something in Los Angeles costs $125,000, but in the Bay Area costs $200,000. It's just.
But we're not buying. They're not buying land. They already have. They're not buying land. They already have the land.
Yeah, it's not even just the land. I mean, it's just the cost of the materials and the cost of the labor.
But I'll tell you, Jackie, that I was given the cost, that the different fees in the cost on the city side, and I want, that's why I want to look at San Jose.
Sure. So we're happy to get you that.
I was shocked how low it was.
Yeah.
And again, we know that contributes. We know labor. Labor is going to be different. I mean, if I'm building in Fresno, you know, whoopee for me, right? Because I got it made.
Yeah. So we'll definitely get you that.
Okay. So by the end of the week, thank you. That's it for me, Mayor.
You know, we've been doing a fair amount of work on this as well, and there are prefabricated modular builders who can deliver these units at a very low cost. By that, I mean by our standards of $120,000. The challenge is you still have extensive labor and construction costs because you need to connect utilities, electrical, plumbing, all those things, and that's skilled labor, and it's incredibly short supply, and it's very, very costly for whatever project you might have, and that's what we continue to be challenged by. Now, the good news is I think staff has done everything we can to help the market by allowing for these 20 pre-approved models through the planning department, and I guess that number will continue to grow, and as long as folks are making these prefabricated units, we're going to continue to have more of these options for folks to be able to simply get the permit in a day and get it done. But the reality of connecting utilities and the site preparation and so forth, that's still an obstacle, I know. And we're continuing to talk to lenders about how we can help with financing. One other thing I just wanted to add is, you know, there are ways in which we can ensure these are affordable, and that is with a city subsidy. And we had originally, when we were talking to the Housing Trust, considered just that. It was, could we set aside some money for a very modest subsidy, maybe $10,000 or $20,000 to a homeowner? And we could imagine doing this, for example, for modest income homeowners, if there is a rent restriction on the unit. The challenge really begins and ends with the financing. We still are trying to find financing partners who believe that providing larger mortgages on these kinds of projects is something that's in their interest. But I know that Measure E, when we drafted it, one of the things we considered was having some money set aside so we could do just that kind of work. So I hope we can continue to work to get there. I'd love to be able to get a subsidy program in place so that rather than simply producing 400 or 500 units a year, we're producing many more and enabling a rent restriction that will ensure affordability. One question about CLAC. A couple questions, I guess. So we last took this issue up, I think, a couple years ago, Rachel, and I remember I had a press conference, I think, with Mayor Breed and Mayor Schaaf, and we pushed, it was less than that, maybe it was a year ago. We pushed for a change in the scoring and had conversations with Fiona Moss and the governor's office, and it was a big tug of war between LA and the Bay Area, as it always is, because LA would be happy to have all these projects, as they're currently getting. And I think San Francisco and Oakland got shut out more than we did. I think they got 0 projects, if I recall. So the result, Fiona Moss assured me, was some modification, though not everything we want, some modification in the scoring criteria. And I guess the question is, have we had yet the round of evaluations that has told us whether or not that is making a difference or not?
So essentially they run by calendar year, basically how SIDLAC has their rounds.
Yeah.
And so for calendar year 2021, they have not committed to any changes in the scoring. So we're in the middle of that, just kind of.
So even the stuff they ruled on last year, they're not implementing this year?
Well, the scoring is not changing for 2021. There's a working group that is working right now on trying to think through what the scoring criteria could look like, but the soonest that would be implemented would be calendar year 2022. So there's a group that is thinking about it. It definitely looks like it would be more favorable, but it always takes a little time to put the projects up against each other, you know what I mean, and like actually see how it's running. So this year we're stuck in this structure that we know is not favorable.
Okay. I'd like to talk more offline because I just find it frustrating. I thought I was told and we were told that the changes has actually been made, and you're saying, so it sounds like you're saying not at all.
Not yet, no.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Reyes.
Thank you. I was listening to Councilmember Carrasco, and it reminded me to ask about the garage conversion. I know it's on the list and the ordinance has been completed, but if we really wanted to take a look at affordable housing, this is what a lower income family can actually do to increase housing in our area. An ADU, I think, is completely out of their reach. Even with some of the incentives that we have. And so I'm wondering, is there anything in addition to having those folks grandfathered in to the garage conversion ordinance? Is there anything that we're doing to support? Is this an area that we want to support?
The question is, are we doing any more to facilitate garage conversions? I'm not aware that we are. Yeah, I mean, one option for somebody that would be more affordable than a full-blown garage conversion is a junior ADU. I don't have the price of that, but it's significantly lower. It's, you don't have to put a full kitchen and bathroom in there. I think you can, so it's maybe a much more affordable approach. That is an option. For a naturally affordable, without getting into the whole issue of trying to subsidize them, which is very complicated.
Right, they're naturally occurring. We're not going to prevent them from happening, even those that are not permitted. But I think it's important for us to not create more risk for those families who are low income and don't have many options. And so I think this is an area that we may want to revisit, because an ADU is for a homeowner that has some additional equity or savings or some funds that they can dispose of and invest in an ADU. So it would be really interesting to see what this analysis says in terms of what's the most strategic overall for our city. But I think there's also a regional approach that makes sense for some areas. For example, my district has one affordable housing area, and that's near the village's senior housing, which is a gated golf club community. The other natural occurring, and there's maybe a couple of apartments throughout my district, and then there's an area that I talk about a lot, which is Welch and Meadowfair. And it may not be multi-housing. There aren't any apartments, but it behaves like one. It behaves like this is a home that 3 or 4 families are sharing. So I think when we take a look at what is equitable and what works and for some parts of our city and what is attainable in terms of resources for some of our residents, I don't know that the ADUs are happening on the east side. So I look forward to that analysis. I look forward, and you know, I didn't mean to be reductive in terms of having just another column, because obviously I did. You did tell me that you had some analysis already completed. I just want to make sure that we keep this moving forward and that there's progress. And so I appreciate your willingness to take a look at this and to have a little bit more of analysis to see what's the most effective. I also would like for there to be that layer of equity when we take a look at the different parts, regions of San Jose, and what's actually occurring in those areas. So I appreciate that. And just one last thing. In that zip code, the 95122, that has just overcrowding, that's the same zip code that has one of the highest numbers of substantiated child abuse cases. It has the same number of people as the city of Gilroy. So there's a lot of people living on top of each other. I mean, there's a lot of crime. There's all the risk factors that you can think of for a child and a family. And so part of creating some protective factors is taking a look at what people can afford and what they are actually doing to resolve the issue. And ADU is not going to be the answer for everybody across the city. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, on that point, I know we have done some work, I know in our own office, and Jerry, I see you nodding your head, and trying to understand what is the cost of converting garages to see if this is something we can really scale. And I remember being very disappointed that the numbers were so astronomically high because of all the issues related to safety, dealing with gas water heaters and everything else. Jared, did you want to discuss?
Yeah, I don't have the data, but I think you're right. I was going to add that garage conversions can sometimes be quite expensive, and may be more cost prohibitive than even doing an ADU in the backyard, depending on what the level of work needed is on a particular garage and the condition it's in.
Yeah,
So.
I know we reached out to some folks who were claiming to do multiple garage conversions, and we kept getting numbers in six figures, which was really disturbing to me. But if someone can find somebody who can figure out how to do it safely, I think we're going to have a great market here. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I actually just wanted to piggyback on your comments about subsidies and to follow up on Jackie's comment earlier about we track the units, the AD units for the state, but locally, because there's no way of tracking the rents. I know that the city has some experience with offering subsidies in exchange for keeping units affordable, and that might be a way to do that. I certainly know of folks who have done ADUs who actually have built them so that the parents can move in and the grown children with their kids go into the house. So I'm not sure, how much it creates affordability. In most of the cases I know, it's extended family, which obviously we want them to stay as well, but it's a way of kind of keeping a little bit of space and staying sane, which is good. But if we do offer those subsidies and we do that in exchange for agreeing to rent an ADU for a certain amount for a certain period of time, and it's not the first time that we as a city would have done that, and so that might be something to explore moving ahead. Thanks.
Okay, I think just clearing all the names. Anybody else like to speak? Okay. I realized I was leaving some folks up. All right then, I think we need a motion. Oh, we have a motion,
we have
of course.
a motion.
Duh.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, on Councilmember Mahan's motion, let's vote. I think we need to do it verbally.
No,
Oh no,
Cohen's
because
gone.
Councilmember Cohen has dropped off. Okay, we're just pushing the button. That's great. All right, that motion passes unanimously with one absentee. On to item 8.2, which is the declaration of surplus and sale property at Las Plumas. There is a presentation. Welcome, Nancy and team. Thanks, everybody.
Hi, Kevin Ice, Real Estate Manager. We're here today to authorize the surplus sale of 1600 Las Plumas Avenue to the VTA. The proceeds of the sale will benefit the residential garbage and recycling program to offset ratepayer increases. And sale to the VTA will support BART Phase 2 construction. So staff from Real Estate and Environmental Services are available for questions. And we have a few slides on background and terms of the deal, should you wish us to go into greater detail.
Okay. Yeah, is there anyone?
I'll move approval. I don't know if that was the end of the presentation.
Okay.
Second.
All right. All right, let's go to public comment. Henry, thanks for jumping in.
No problem. Let me see if I can figure out how she does it on this computer. It looks like we have one public speaker, Paul Soto.
Yes, thank you. I'd like a little bit more information as to who is going to be the beneficiary of that property. It's a prime location. It's these are the places and these are the areas where equity needs to be applied, and that's why there's so much reluctance to define it. And you see, because if you define it, it becomes a legal term, which means that it's something that can be balanced against. Okay, it gives somebody like me power, and because I'm paying attention to all land uses, the way that basically the council's playing chess with my life. The context in which I exist is being moved around strategically for the benefit of billionaires that aren't even from here. Every single billionaire that has ever come to this city does not have any connection to the city, other than the fact that he wants to come and just exploit the property and gentrify the most vulnerable citizens of that population out of the area. And so my comments have everything to do with these land use sales. You know, not only that, the area that is being sold here is cost far more than the Google sale. And I believe that the acreage was more. I think like it was 2.25, something like that. But yet that sale was less than this one. So there's you know, I mean, I know how to add, I can do math. But these are the land use sales and how things get built out. See, if an equity lens was applied to the housing, market rate housings, you would have had a more equitable balance because the equity lens would have been centered with respect to that particular line of business for the city. So I'm just asking that if we can like define it so that we could start using it and in a way that will give justice to the word itself. Thank you.
Caller 5140.
Yeah, all these real estate deals, man, they all seem a little bit shifty and secretive. I'm wondering where all this is going in the case of mixed-use retail. I mean, retail's dead with Amazon.
the restaurant business. I mean, who's going to be able to open up so many restaurants are having so much trouble just filling staff, and office buildings. You know, I mean, let's face facts. Working in the office is an antiquated thing. I mean, we got the laptop class.
All right, we're going to interrupt the speaker. We're actually not on topic, so we're going to keep the comments on topic. Is there another public speaker?
Blair Beekman, last speaker.
Hi, as this area is around the flea market, I just wanted to remind that, you know, I hope we can be really negotiative with the vendors union that's been doing a pretty great job. And that I think we really need to consider their opinions about how to develop the future of this land. And it's an important voice they have. And I think they can bring a real maturity and responsibility and just really good practical thinking in what is needed for this area and how it can be decent and not just another office complex monster thing. And you know, I think they can really, they're up to the task in having, if you give them more of a creative leeway in the design of the area for the future. They've lived in this area, they work in this area, you know, it's their love in life. I think they can do some really interesting things if you allow them that creative license. And I just hope we're working towards those ends. And I think it can offer something really hopeful for ourselves. And I guess that's what's related in this land purchase, and to do our future negotiations in good faith and to trust that process. Good luck how we can do that and work towards that. Thank you.
Back to council.
Okay, thank you. Tony, I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear what you said.
I
That
was
was
just
back
saying
to
back to
council.
council,
Yeah, okay,
sorry.
thank you. Just a very quick question. I'm sure we considered all these options, but had we discussed with VTA the possibility of selling easement and retaining the property? I don't know exactly the configuration of BART at this particular place in the scope, but I would assume that there would still be an opportunity to build above it, and this would be starting to go underground here. Is that right?
The property is going to be used for construction laydown during construction of phase 2, and then VTA would be free to use the property for whatever they wish or dispose of it at that point after. We didn't discuss an easement with them. Environmental Services identified sale of this property as a way to offset ratepayer increases. And so when VTA got wind that we were looking to dispose of the property, they stepped up and said, we need this. And so at that point, we entered exclusive negotiations for a fee sale with them.
And just a quick addition, the property is industrial in nature, and so it would not be an appropriate site for housing.
Right, agreed. I just wanted to understand if there's still development opportunity. Okay, thank you. Let's vote. All right, that vote's unanimous with one absence. And we're on to item 10.2, which is administrative hearing on the appeal of Planning Commission's approval of a CUP on the Serpentine Pavilion project. And Chris is here. Welcome, Chris. There's no presentation, though, is there? All right. Would the appellant like to speak? I'll ask Tony to let me know who's submitted.
I don't have a card that was submitted.
Mr. Cohen, did you submit a card? Yes. Why don't you come on up and then you can fill out a card.
Great. Hi, I know it's late. Steve Cohen. I am totally for this project. I came here and I've sat here for a little over 3 hours because I want to bring something to light on why I had to appeal this. It seems like I'm the only one that knew about it because I read the postcard. When I looked at it, I talked to the business owners that are, I own 4 properties within 3 blocks of this. I was very concerned about it. I wanted more information. And then I walked over to First Street to the restaurants and business owners that are surrounding it. Nobody knew about this at all. There's food trucks coming in, they're losing parking, nothing. I went to the Downtown Association, I spoke to Scott Neese, and I said, Scott, you supported this. Why doesn't anybody know about it? Oh, we don't have the manpower to do that. There's a big problem here, I heard nothing from our council member or from the office on this. Nothing from the neighborhood association, 0. The bright side is that the day after I filed this appeal, I got contacted by Gary Dillabow, who is spending $2 million on this project. And he personally, not as staff, he personally contacted me, met with me the next day. We've had 2 or 3 other meetings. He agreed that the outreach was not done properly. He agreed that the parking issue, which is what I was also concerned about, because we're losing a lot of parking, there was nothing to protect the neighborhoods. He agreed that that wasn't done properly. And over the last couple of weeks, I've met with him and talked to his staff, and he and his staff personally went out to the businesses to do outreach, to talk to them, to find out how this would benefit them. Great. I mean, what a fantastic guy. That's not the way the system's supposed to work. I'm not supposed to have to file an appeal for $250, spend about 15 or 20 hours on this. We've got to look at what's going on with outreach. And this isn't the only project. I'm dealing with a 23-story building behind one of my landmark buildings, where I had one community meeting on Zoom where 4 people had the ability to talk at that meeting, and we were told no more meetings. And we had no outreach from the developer until I filed an appeal last week on that project. So on this specific project, I do not want to stop it. I'm very impressed with the developer and what he's done. I think it's going to be a great project. We're still talking, and he's still talking with business owners to try to capitalize on what he's doing. But please, the outreach isn't working. Thank you very much.
Can I ask, is there a formal withdrawal that we could do rather than take a vote, Mayor?
Yeah.
I'm agnostic to whether does a withdrawal enable us?
I was told that I couldn't withdraw it because I tried to a few weeks ago, and then I had to go through the process.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so
No
let's
worries.
vote. Is there a motion?
I'll move staff approval.
All right, the motion is to deny the appeal.
I have 2 members of the public on Zoom who'd
All
like
right.
to speak. Paul Soto?
Yes, I was interested in, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe, I was interested in this item because there was somebody that appealed, and I was like really interested in knowing what that process looked like, so I came to lend my support to the speaker. But as he was talking, this is interesting, he's a white man that owns 4 properties. He'll get a phone call directly from Dillabow. But you have Chicanos that have lived here for 100 years, experienced all of that oppression, all of that discrimination, all of that deprivation of the ability to even be human. That we had, the Chicano movement and the lowrider movement were all predicated, and the farm workers movement were all predicated upon us telling you that we are human beings and that we are worthy and deserving of dignity and respect. I don't get no phone call from Gary. I'm actually jealous. I'm jealous that this man will get immediately a response and a phone call. And we don't, as a city, we don't even get the common courtesy for Mr. Dillabow or anybody, any of those other cast of characters to come and sit down with us and listen to what the impact that their existence in this city is having on us. Matter of fact, I think as a man that's gonna come to this city and spread his $1 billion around and think that he can get the respect of the people? No, because respect, I don't care if you got $10 billion. You don't throw money around like that and then act like you own the place, and then you start gentrifying the people that can't defend themselves against that kind of wealth. They have no defense against it, and we are getting absolutely no defense out of District 3, none. We're giving them carte blanche to go ahead and keep building the towers, demonstrating the power.
Caller 5140. Caller 5140.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Steve Cohen for mayor. You know, I mean, that's what it takes. You know, you got to have money and some know-how. And, you know, I was cut off in the last segment, last piece there. And, you know, I was saying exactly what he said. Shady, man. You guys are shady down there doing these things. He caught you. And it's funny. I'm glad that we have people like Steve Cohen. I'm not jealous of Steve Cohen. I'm jealous of Paul. He never gets cut off. He has some good things to say, and he's right. But Steve Cohen is the guy who we need people like him in our community who stand up to people like you, because imagine Steve Cohen's a man of means, and he's getting dumped on. He's not being communicated to. What else is going on? Everybody listening, what else are these people doing under the table, behind our backs, you know, in secret meetings? What are they doing? We know what they're doing. And this is why we have these open forums, and I'm glad people call in. I wish more people would call in. I'd like anyone listening, I want you to call in now. This Zoom. And by the way, hey, Sam, your microphone sounds terrible. You've got some good, I should say, some terrible quality coming out of your computer system, whatever you have over there, the Zoom, terrible Zoom system. I can't believe you guys use this thing. But God bless Steve Cohen. We need more guys like Steve Cohen. We need more people calling in and speaking truth to power, to this.
Okay, back to the council. Let's vote. Huh. All right, thank you. We're on now to open forum.
That vote was unanimous.
It was unanimous, yes. Thank you, Tony. An absentee, and now on to open forum.
Open forum, I have Paul Soto.
Thank you again for allowing me to participate in my democratically protected right of free speech and to redress all grievances to my government that is formulated by my consent. With that said, this is how we deal with this existential crisis that we're all connected to. Gary's in this too. So is Ariaga, so is J. Paul. All of these developers are in on this too. And what needs to happen is there needs to be a moratorium. Just stop the building, just stop. And what will happen is that then you will be able to catch up. This is equity, as you'll be able to catch up with the affordable housing, and it will stabilize the market. It will, because people and the developers won't be able to forecast and project into the future, because that is being borrowed against for the present. And nobody's getting that part. I mean, come on, man. I'm a poor lifetime convict, man. I got my education in a cell or solitary confinement. That's where I got my education. And I'm over here laying down all of these plans, and I hear it. I hear you jumping on my ideas. Good. I'm glad. It's necessary, because what I'm bringing is absolutely no other investment in other than making sure that those that have power use it to protect those that have absolutely none. That is your job. That is your mandate. That is what you swear to. That is what you swear to. And so I suggest that a moratorium from this day forward, the building stops. Everything that's built, going up and up, that's it. That goes up, absolutely, nothing more. Until you attach that, it starts up when you have at least 75% of the affordable and the
I have two more speakers, Blair Beekman, followed by Roland.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks for the meeting today. I was doing some public comment time in Oakland this July. They really, really worked on how the ideas of equity and reimagine, that can be a whole community process. There was a lot of anger and concern about it with the issues of street violence we're dealing with, neighborhood violence we're dealing with these days. But, there's a good logic that, San Jose included, many Bay Area cities have spent a lot of dollars on police infrastructure for the last few years. We're kind of up to the gills in good infrastructure police buildup. So Oakland took it upon themselves that it's now time to start our better practices of equity, reimagine, and health and human services ideas. Let's try to put those into good use, into how to prepare for violence issues and for upcoming possible natural disaster issues. I think it's the health and human services idea that can invite everyone to the conversation and the ideas of equity and reimagine. These are our good ideals that can invite everyone. And these are the ideas that we can talk about as unity and unifying at this time. I hope these are the kind of conversations we're having at the National Night Out. So I'm really hopeful what Oakland's doing. San Jose, you're doing something of the same thing. Thank you, incredibly, with your Reimagine task force going on and new versions of it. The city charter process went pretty well last night in what we can really expect, and we're considering important good ideas right now. So good luck how we can work towards those efforts. And as a community purpose, we're building a good idealistic future that does have hope. Really, really does. And I just want to invite everyone to that at this time. Thank you.
I have Roland, followed by 5140.
Thank you. This is Roland. I hope you can hear me because I've had serious technical issues following this meeting. I honestly could not hear anything from anybody who was speaking from within the chambers, and I had to use the transcript to follow the conversation, and there was no transcript until 3:30. So if in the future transcript could be started automatically at the beginning of the month, that'd be great. The camera feed should be the same feed as the feed that you're going to YouTube. What we're seeing is the back of the room, and we got no idea what item you're on. Another thing is I'm very concerned about your safety. I can see that everybody is wearing a cloth mask. I believe the current recommendation, because of the new variant of the virus, is that you should be wearing N95 to protect yourself, and then double mask with a cloth mask on top of it to protect other people just in case to get infected. For some reason, I was not able to speak to item 8.2. I don't want to talk about the discussion that took place. I want to talk to you about the project. You're very soon going to learn that the project cost of the entire project is $10.6 billion. 10.6 and B for billion. And I'm really glad that we finally begin to be somewhat serious about tunneling at Las Plumas, because the plan, as you probably know, is to start at the airport, a new hole, and then, hope for the best, but you know what, they're probably going to have to extract this monster somewhere around 23rd Avenue. So anybody's on the VGA book, I want you to be focused on this. Make sure they start tunneling at Las Plumas, and at least get to the 28th Street station. Thank you and good night.
Caller 5140.
Yeah, all this building, where's the money coming from for
the low-income housing. Where is there going to be enough electricity, water, police, fire? We're already spending what combined about $1 billion for police and fire. Hey, anybody out there, do you feel you're getting your money's worth with San Jose PD and San Jose Fire Department? Not. I don't know where this is all going. The BT, they haven't, the light rail hasn't even been able to get up and running. They're saying maybe in the fall. So I don't know what's going on with that. What's going on with the Fairmont Hotel? Empty. I mean, this city's looking shabby, people. The highways and the byways and the streets, there's litter everywhere. There's refrigerators and washing machines on the side of the road, whether it's on the freeway or in the neighborhood. The Zoom that you guys use is terrible. He's absolutely correct, the caller before. Really bad. You can't even hear Sam. Sam sounds like he's coming from a payphone somewhere. Who knows? But it's just terrible. Everyone in that city council should be ashamed of themselves. It's just a real estate board. That's what you people are. You're just a bunch of real estate people facilitating shady deals, and it's really disgusting. You're not building anything good or new that's going to benefit this community at all. What, mixed retail and office space? Who's gonna rent it? Who's gonna buy it? I think that this whole thing is a fairy tale of what everybody's doing. And then we have this whole massive thing you want to build downtown. I mean, take a look at downtown. Who would want to live there? I mean, who wants to go there? You guys want to get rid of the parking now too. Who's going to drive down there to do anything? Nobody. You can't.
Final speaker, you're done.
All right, thank you. The meeting's adjourned.